You know what the rudest thing I've ever heard is?
What?
You.
You're right, because I know how to roast you.
I'm sad. Well, hello, peoples. I started 7 minutes early this time because McKay's actually here before we're time to start. Usually you get here exactly on time, and
How dare I get
bored.
here on time?
Because I will go to set up the stream and make sure everything's working properly, and then it is, and I'm like, cool, now I just have to sit here and wait. I'm sad. But yeah, we get to start early this time. I know, it's weird because I'm blaming her for being punctual, but you know, I can be weird if I want to, right? Anyway, how's it going? We're gonna wait for a bit before we actually get started because nobody's here yet, and that would be lame to like start the explanation of what we're doing before it even begins happening. I mean, before there's anyone here to witness it or make it worthwhile. You know what I mean. You know of what I speak. Probably, possibly.
Put the announcement on my Discord.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Pretty sire, it's Stromfrong. Oh no, this wire is not going to reach over there, is it?
Pretty sire.
Or maybe it will. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I'm such an architect. That is the wrong word for that, but I'm gonna go with it anyway.
Architect.
Wow.
Edge.
It's just moving.
What did you?
It's moving the mouse.
What did you title this stream?
It's just moving. It's called. I wrote a terrible novel when I was 16.
Oh boy.
Hey Seb, how's it going? You just.
Wait, is it a finished novel?
No,
Okay.
This one is not done. The other one was done, quote unquote, but of course that was book 1 of 3, and there was going to be 2 other books that explained all the chaos that happened in the first one. Never got finished, so technically.
Are you
whatever.
Confused?
Good! Bruh! So yes, this is Fjordorson's book review. Yay.
My hopes for this one
Why do
is
I
that
have-
it's actually a little bit coherent and it actually is a little bit of a story, even if it's still edgy as frick. Or not still edgy as frick.
Oh yeah, this one actually has characters that have slight amount of personality and stuff.
And not just 500 of them that do nothing and all just are a hive mind.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Oh dear.
So I haven't looked at this one. I haven't opened the file. I haven't done anything at all with this one since a long time ago, which we will see when I look at the actual date on the file. So that'll be fun.
I'm making crosses.
Oh, cool.
Because you know what they're for?
The Pearl Shawl
The Pearl Shawl?
The Pearl Shawl
Yes, I make these little crosses and then I give them
for
to my
the
grandma.
Prayer Shawl Ministry.
And then the prayer shawl ministry, they make shawls and scarves and blankets and they give them to people in the hospital or nursing homes. And I make these little things to put on them to be like, hey, Jesus. And they're like, wow.
Hey, Jesus. And they're like, wow.
Yeah, that's exactly what
I've
happens.
been shouted at. How old is this file, just out of curiosity? Get info.
500 years old.
5,000, 26,000, what's the 5,000, 7,000? This is from August 7th, 2013. Frankly, I feel like this one is older than that, because maybe I just updated it last at that time. But this is just other words for said. I don't know why I'm looking at this. Utterly pointless, not interesting, but I was curious.
Is that something you made, or is that you like copied and
No,
pasted?
I copied and pasted.
Okay.
But I've had it since 7th grade or before. So, oh no, 7th grade. I'm pretty sure
Are you really gonna look through that list to find another word for said though? Like, why don't you just think of one?
Frankly, I don't know why I had this, but it was here for me to reference
So you
in
can
case
feel
I.
like a writer.
Oh,
Because you want to go around saying you're a writer, but you don't want to show it.
my old work account email is not allowed to actually edit files, so I can't edit things if I want to. Oh boy, I better hope that I don't have to change anything with this old story, because that would be bad. I couldn't.
You used a bad word.
What? I don't think I would have. I don't think I would have done anything like that, so it should be fine.
That's the one problem. Sometimes, like, in writing or roleplay or something,
You
like...
stabbed your knee?
Yeah, it's just a whole thing.
Okay.
A whole bit there.
Izzy's raiding with 5 people!
Wow!
Hello, Izzy! Welcome to the
Hello.
party! We haven't started yet because we were waiting for you. Welcome. Hope you guys are having a good day. Bonk emotes! I love it.
Bonk!
Hey, Dragon, welcome.
Hello.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Continue what you were saying.
I don't think it really matters, actually.
What?
I don't know what I was actually talking about.
You were saying something about that's why
Bad
you didn't
words?
want to. Oh yeah, something.
Well, yeah, because sometimes my brain will, like, conjure a response that has, like, a slightly bad word in it, but I can't use that, so I have to think of something else, but nothing else exists to, like, evoke that same emotion, and so I'm like, I can't, like,
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it.
I understand that. That's annoying.
And then it just doesn't have the right vibe that I wanted it to, but I'm like, I can't do a swore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, we're not allowed to use bad words. It's kind of limiting.
Yeah.
Which is funny. Silverhead says, I'm stuck in an ad. Hello, Raiders, and hello, Sibs. Hi. Hope you guys
Well, if you can hear us, hi.
having a good time. Yes, I hope you're here. So yeah, if you couldn't tell by the title of the stream, we're gonna look at another old novel that I wrote. This one is a lot shorter, didn't get very far in it, and I mean the quality might be slightly higher, but that's also going to be lowered again because I never went back and edited this one. The other one, the one I wrote that when I was 11 and like went back through several times to like smooth it out between a couple years after, so like written from 11 to 13, that time period. That one I combed through and edited and polished many times. This one, I only basically kind of threw all my thoughts on paper and was writing it start to finish, but I never went back and edited it, never polished it, never finished it. So this one's probably going to be a lot more disjointed and kind of like morph, evolve kind of, because I'm going to be like, oh, this character's going to be this kind of archetype, and then as I'm getting into it, I'm like, yeah, let me change my mind and like kind of change it a bit. So I didn't actually like get to go and smooth it and make sure it's all consistent. So some things will just kind of change inexplicably a little bit here and there. But you know, it was a first draft. It's a first draft basically is what we're looking at. And I don't remember all that much about it. I mean, I think I have a pretty good memory. For some reason, I have a better memory about fictional worlds than I do about my real life. So I still remember most of what's in here. And I don't think any of it's like all that interesting. And some of this, it has potential that I'm thinking about reimagining in a different genre kind of thing, and like using some of these concepts to like actually use in something else that I actually care about maybe someday. But I don't think I'm probably ever going to finish this particular story. Anyway, without further ado, do we want to go ahead and get into it?
Izzy says, how many abs in it? Silver says, exactly one ab.
One ab. Ah, yes, word barf. Pretty much, yeah. Yes, this is a different book. Hello, Dragon Girl.
So no
Rose.
more super EJ. Now it's edgy.
Yes,
EJ.
this is
EDGY.
I think I started writing this when I was 16, maybe 15.
At
I don't
the
remember.
years.
Yes, so this is when I was just starting to dip my toes into the depression period and like starting to go downhill. It was like getting close to the end of high school. I don't remember exactly, but let's see if I can even find it. It's called Broken. Oh yeah, that was actually
Broken.
I actually renamed it because it was going to be called something else, like The Quest or something dumb.
That's the lamest thing I've ever heard.
And then when I was coming back in here just to like paste more ideas, notes, and stuff in it, I changed it at one point because I got a girlfriend and she was like, "Oh yeah, we can work on this together and change it somehow." I'm like, "Okay, sure, I'll put that as the title." Yay! And I changed the file name but didn't do anything with it.
You should call it The Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
The what?
The Boulevard of Broken Dreams, you heard me.
Wow, that's pretty. I'm 14 and this is deep.
Exactly.
This was last updated at... Oh wait, hold up. I don't think this is quite accurate, but okay. I thought it was last updated 2013, but apparently it was last updated... Whatever, who cares? It's old. Started writing it when I was like 16, only worked on it for like maybe a year max, whereas the other one I worked on for like 2 years and started when I was 11. So this is slightly more mature EJ with more modern and sensible tastes and, clearly more brainalness of English and like metaphors and cool stuff. I don't know what's going to be in this. I don't know. Oh, this is still something I struggle with writing. Apparently it starts out with this big like monologue kind of thing, setting the scene and stuff. It's basically just tell and not showing, which is fun. But I mean, it kind of makes sense why, because you need a starting point when you're going to start writing a story. you need to set the scene for like what the world's going to be like in your head before you can actually start thinking about it or doing anything with it. So I guess that's what I did, but I wrote it down instead of actually having that just be outside the story information for me to draw on and then start building the story in an interesting way.
Yeah.
So it just starts off with like
With
2
the
paragraphs,
Star Wars
3 paragraphs.
title crawl.
Okay, it's not too long. Here we go. Are you guys ready for
I'm ready.
Edgy EJ? That's where EJ comes from. Clearly, I'm kidding. That's not at all where it comes from. I'm sorry. Did you say brainlessness? Brainlessness?
So
I don't know what I said.
mean, Super EJ seemed pretty edgy to me already, so I'm afraid.
Yeah, this one's gonna get like super way darker.
Whoa.
I mean, 16-year-old dark. I don't know how dark. I could
What
go
about
way
fucking
darker nowadays, but yeah.
I like dark things.
I didn't change the title here, so clearly
That's the most
I didn't-
generic
I
title
didn't
you could
even-
have chosen.
I think I just haven't thought of a title
Yeah,
yet. That was just a
that's fair.
placeholder, and then
Titles
I put
are
this
hard.
other placeholder, whatever. The Quest. A story by Ethan Tyson, because
Wow.
you gotta have that just on every single page for some reason.
What?
Once again, formatting is not done yet. This is just rough draft. Long, long ago, in an early age of magic and great deeds of valor, across a great sea and through the ancient misty portal that first allowed travel between worlds, yeah, sure, there was once a great wood.
Cool.
I'm sensing Legend of Zelda vibes. This large forest spanned many acres and was home to many mystical creatures, and I don't think that's the correct way to spell species, is it? Species. Is that
not?
right?
I think
It
that's
looks wrong
right.
to my brain right now, but I might just be an idiot. Hang on. I need to do a sanity check. What? You won't let me check my sanity? I am upsetty.
Hey Siri.
I'm gonna look like an idiot if it's
Species.
right. I'm sorry.
You were talking over her.
Species is right. That was not. What? That is correct?
Well, I would have checked, but you were speaking, Mobius.
Mobius, you're speaking.
Yeah, that's right.
Upsetty spaghetti. It's right. Okay, I believe you guys. I don't know why I thought that looked right or looked wrong. I'm just very
It
stupid
just
and I haven't
happens
read in too long.
sometimes.
My bad. Unicorns, fairies, and elves coexisted in harmony with the goblins, imps, and gremlins. The woods were a wild place then, untamed and untouched by the corruption of man. But, as often happens, mankind happened upon the new land and claimed it as their own, paying no heed to the current occupants. Impudent of repercussions, they settled the land that was once a sacred burial ground for the elves. Furious as the elves were, they knew that men were new to the area, so they attempted to form a peace agreement before any unsociable encounters could come about. But with men inevitably comes corruption. The men accepted, but did not respect nature in the way the elves did. They cleared sections of forest with no regard to the tree spirits and dryads, nor the water nymphs in the rivers they were polluting. Men tamed the forest by destroying much of it. They established villages, raised children, and farmed happily for a time. But the elves, who had observed this continual expansion and had tried diplomacy, had decided that the time had come. They called their dwarvish allies from beneath the mountain, who refused to aid them in their petty gardening misendeavor, as they said it was. Okay. And so the furious elves broke their trade lines with the dwarves, who were forced into self-reliance, while at the same time began threatening the humans with war because of their disregard for the forest's other inhabitants. This is like the history lessons in Les Mis, but like for Lord of the Rings. I don't know what's happening. Can we get to the actual story?
Yeah, none of this has been necessary to tell us so far.
I don't know. It's just a lot of stuff. I mean, you could have like inferred all of this from like just the story starting, probably. All right. Men still refused to comply, so the elves poured forth from among the thick trees one day, angrily brandishing their fine weapons. The men quickly put together a defense, however, and mankind was not entirely destroyed. However, again, after a long war that desolated much of the land and the surrounding wood, both elves and humans had enough of war. We're done here, and they drew up a truce. Okay, well, have a good one.
Have a good one.
However, sensing that the forces of good magic were weakened, evil forces sent fierce trolls down from the mountains and began to work among the foul creatures of the earth. The elves were weak, almost powerless to stop the advance of evil, apparently mankind did a lot of damage. Mankind still selfishly licked their wounds, not caring enough to notice the spreading evil, until one day, an enormous fire-breathing... Smog
Oh
came.
boy.
An enormous fire-breathing dragon arrived in the sky, like a suffocating blanket over the earth. The dragon took command of all the evil creatures, then scared all the humans in the land into his submission. The elves ignored mankind's panicked cry for help, disappearing deep into the forest outside the dragon's usurped kingdom, and thus was the current state of affairs. The dragon had taken up residence in a high mountain, far away, yet visible to all, and he sent out his minions to carry out his kingly whims.
It's definitely not called the Lonely Mountain, though.
Nope, not that. It's different, for surely. The dragon ruled the entire land purely by fear. Whenever a word of rebellion broke out, the dragon would swoop down and set fire to the entire village as punishment.
Definitely not Lake Town.
Trolls guarded the borders of every village, ensuring that none could escape or visit another village without permission from the evil overlord. The world was in oppression, and the forest began to die. And for 50 years or more, the dragon ruled, slowly choking away the lives of the inhabitants of that land.
Wow.
Of his land. I can't read.
I've never found a story with multiple intelligent species in which man was not always intelligent.
You're so correct.
Yeah.
It's just the archetype.
Yeah.
Men are easily corruptible. Men are idiots.
They always take the land from the elves. The elves are always mad. That
We
fight.
heckin' know we messed up. That's so funny. The Independent Hill, River City, yes, Galbatorix, the Master King Dragon Man.
Master King Dragon
I
Man.
don't know what I'm saying. There's
Also,
all kinds
I
of
see that
inspiration here.
name.
What
you
name?
really like E names that are very similar to
Literally,
yours.
you know how the other one was Evan? This is
Now
just
we have
you lost
Ian
one
with an
letter.
E.
We lost one letter. It's the same guy, just
Oh,
edgier.
no.
Oh boy, here we go. Jaina Anger says, "This is so sweet though, minus the fire and destruction."
So sweet.
I mean, yeah, setting up a classic fantasy world, just I guess slightly different rules, because there's like I mentioned so many different types of magical creatures all in that paragraph. I just wanted to say there's a little bit of everything, I guess. We got water nymphs or whatever from like Greek mythology and whatever else I could possibly think of. Anyway, here's where the actual story begins. That was just my getting my brain in gear to figure out what I was going to start with my story. I literally wrote that first before I even knew what story I was going to write, apparently. So that's a good way to write. And this is clearly why I love D&D nowadays. Ian awoke from a deep sleep and found himself face to face with an overturned stone gargoyle. Though he had fallen asleep while staring at it, the sight of its huge, ugly face filled him with dread. Ian leapt backwards in surprise, letting loose a small cry of panic. He landed several feet away on the hard dirt patch that had been his bed for the night. Only then could Ian clearly see the statue for what it was, a cracked stone relic, worn by time and furnished with moss. It took several moments for Ian to calm himself down and regulate his breathing, which was made difficult by the overly tight belt constricting his waist. It was not one of them. They do not appear in daylight for fear of death, Ian told himself, closing his eyes to help himself alleviate the panicked fear instilled in him by the old statue. Ian felt his fear ebb away, and his hand relaxed, relinquishing its clenched on the knife Ian didn't even know he had drawn.
The breath she didn't even know she'd been holding.
What's that from?
It's just like, it's a fanfic trope that like everyone always says, like when there's this like main character girl who's in like some tense situation, at the end it always says like she released the breath that she didn't even know she was holding.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So I always make sure to never say that because I'll always just be like, that's so fanfic.
Sounds good. I'm okay with the writing quality so far. It's loads better than the 11-year-old version. Clearly when I started writing, I was like, I'm gonna be so much better than my previous book that I'm trying to write. I'm gonna be so much more mature now and not like an idiot. I've learned how to do metaphors. I'm in like high-level high school English classes.
Wow.
I'm so good at writing now. I'm not, but I thought I was. Ian stood painfully against his joints' complaints.
Is he like 96?
No. He's like 16. I mean, he can be 90. This is old man EJ now.
Oh no.
Against his joints' complaints. Preparing. Oh, sorry, did I miss anything else in the chat? Ian is like Ethan, has de-aged to child who can only pronounce vowels.
Oh my gosh, it's EA.
Yes, it's EA. Gasp. Except it's got an N on the end. EAN. Sorry. Ian stood painfully against his joints' complaints, preparing to begin yet another day of his torturous existence!
Wow, okay, we're starting with the edge.
Wow, edgy Lord Mickey! He took inventory of his few belongings, his ragged cloak, dulled knife, wooden charm, the charm. Is this like Padme's thingy that Anakin gave her?
What did I give her?
That little like carved ivory whatever it was.
I kind of remember that. Oh yeah. Okay.
Ian fished through his shirt for the cord around his neck, then held the charm in his hand a moment, thoughtfully staring at it. It was just a simple round carving of 3 people standing on a hill, but to Ian,
it's his dead family.
It was priceless. Yes, it's his dead family. His only remaining positive connection with his family.
Of course. Was it from his mother?
Probably. I don't know. It had been made for him by his mother and father.
Oh, wow.
Throwing a curveball back when they still loved each other. Oh.
I was going to say when they still loved him.
Imagine they're still alive and they're still there and they just hate him. Oh, I hate you.
I hate
You're just
you,
the
Ian.
worst. Okay. Back when they still loved each other. The charm was a lasting symbol of love. His mother was once the butcher of Ian's small village, and none there were more skilled at her than retrieving every salvageable sliver of meat from the bones of a creature. Holy cow.
Jeez, okay.
My lips are having trouble saying these tongue twisters, but okay. It's probably because I'm eating M&Ms and I keep like getting stuff in my teeth and it's like making me do weird things with my mouth. Like pour water on my nose. Ugh. Sorry. Retrieving every salvageable sliver of meat from the bones of a creature. She had learned from her father, who had raised her like a son. I loved her like a father. Like a son. Raised her like a son after his wife had died. Ian's mother had been a strong tomboy, unlike... Oh no, we're going into more backstory so that the writer can understand what he's writing about.
Oh, definitely.
Unlike many of the frail women of the village that lived presently.
She's not like other girls.
His father had fallen in love with her while they were both in the woods one day. This is completely irrelevant to Ian's story, but okay.
Yep.
They were both hunting deer because there was a deer... Wait, what? Because there were deer... There were still deer in these parts at that time. Neither of them knew that the other was there, so that when they happened to bump into each other, they both tried to kill each other in a surprised, panicked reflex.
This is so
Thinking
irrelevant.
the other was a deer. Wow, this is so detailed about the deer. After a curt apology, they decided to hunt the pack of deer down, keeping an eye out for trolls, which were known to sometimes eat humans that wandered too far into the woods. And as they went, they stumbled across one, snoring away in his cave. Of course, Ian's father had the entertaining idea of playing a prank on it. That seems like a terrible idea. Ian's mother had been unsupportive of the idea, but she eventually agreed to help him. They managed to tie the troll's clothes onto a tree and stick the troll's own weapon in the ground nearby. Then Ian's father had awakened the troll loudly. The troll awakened, groggy and confused, and then realized he had found its next meal. It tried to stand and lurch towards Ian's father, but his clothes yanked him back unexpectedly, and he fell, stabbing himself with his weapon. His enraged... That's more of a murder plot than a prank, but okay. His enraged stomping around alerted all the other trolls in the area, but by that time, Ian's parents were long gone laughing.
Thank you for that
Lovely backstory about
that
his
we
parents meeting.
Now we know more about his parents than we know about him. That's
We
how you
honestly,
start a story.
yeah, kinda. All right. I mean, you know, there's some flaws here, but at least there's something to work with. It's better than just I'm almost a perfect child in every way, and everything's fine, and now I have a time machine. Whee!
Let's spawn from the
Hey,
desert.
Agent of Entertainment subscribed to tier 1.
hello.
Thank you very much. I
Thanks.
appreciate that. That's nice of you. Pertinent question. My mom's dead. Now I have a Victorian locket. Am I a main character now?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. In every anime, book series, and movie, you are now the main character. Good luck and don't die. There's going to be a inciting incident with some threshold guardians soon. You gotta watch out for those. Make sure you find your mentor and listen to what they say, even though they're cryptic and strange.
And if you show that locket to someone that you might be interested in and just say like, oh, it's from my mother. father. They have no choice but to fall in love with you.
Pretty much.
It's just how it works.
Yeah, and just watch out for these strange, unnatural abilities that you'll probably develop at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't know what kind, if it'll be magic or like lightsabers, or who knows, but, you know, you're destined for greatness. Don't let anyone hold you down. Yo, you shouldn't hate on your past self completely. This is better than anything I've ever tried to write. Oh, thank you. Well, I had practice, considering I spent years trying to write a whole novel series that failed miserably, so this wasn't my first rodeo. Anything else? At least he has a family. His family is dead. Oh boy. Yeah, honestly, I like. Yeah, honestly, I write lots, and this sounds pretty good. Mostly just need some cleanup, to be honest. Yeah, I agree. It's got potential. I'm not hating it completely this time. His clothes murdered him. They took control of his body and pulled him to the knife.
Oh no.
Oh no. Whoa, thanks for the advice. Anytime. Where did we live off? Oh yes. After this, his parents began regularly hunting together and spending more time together. Yeah, we know where this is going. They're his parents. We know what happened. You can stop here. His father was the village blacksmith, skilled with his hands and deadly with a variety of weapons. He was an inventor. Oh, he was both, I guess. He was Hiccup.
Oh.
And he was extremely proficient in thinking up new ideas. That's kind of what
Very
an inventor
good at
does.
having ideas.
Okay. And then engineering the right tools to make them come into reality. Once again, that's kind of what an inventor does.
Yeah, you don't need to describe.
That's 3 sentences describing inventing, but alright. He was also considerably older than Ian's mother. Gasp, it's Grandpa.
Oh, is he a freaking predator?
I hope not.
That would be a dark,
They were the most unlikely
edgy
couple
story.
in many ways, but they married after only a year of hunting together. Okay.
Cool.
Ian had been born shortly after, but his parents unfortunately then began to argue. Oh no, are we gonna get a whole backstory of divorce and murder?
Boy.
I'm scared.
Murder?
I don't know.
Oh jeez.
His father thought that his mother should stay home with Ian, but his mother refused to give up her work of being a butcher. Alright.
Okay.
Their disagreements became more severe until finally Ian's father stopped coming back to the house
He went to get
and slept at the shop. Oh no. Ian, nearly 8 years old at the time, tried to talk with him, but received only a harsh smack and a scold. Ouch. Abuse. I don't like this. He had never been treated much better, but the fact that his mother had just beaten him as well made him remorseful enough to begin crying. Bruh. His father was displeased with Ian's sobs, so he, without thinking, threw a nearby knife at Ian's head.
What is going on?
This took a turn very quickly.
I know, they seemed like decent people, and all of a sudden they both were very abusive and
Wow.
tried to stab me.
I was going through a lot at this time of my life, wasn't I? Why did I make up this character? Oh man. Alright, well, that's fun.
Oh jeez.
Ian felt the deep scar in his face, dropping the charm back into his shirt and looking resentfully at the gargoyle. All those years ago, when Ian had come home that night bleeding, his mother had just told him not to leave blood on the floor.
You're a butcher, man.
And went to bed. Ian had helped himself clean up as best he could, then went to bed, crushed by the hateful attitudes of his parents. Ian sighed heavily, looking at the patch of dirt on the ground where his house had once stood.
Okay.
Alright. So,
I mean, I relate to giving characters very
Ouch.
dark backstories, but also, if I was writing a story, I wouldn't just kind of dump it all out there in the first chapter.
Yeah, you kind of need to spread it out a little more. But
yeah, like, there are interesting ways to show that a character's been abused. You don't have to just say, my father threw a knife at my
oh
head.
yes, my mother abused me and my father also abused me, and now they're all dead.
Probably.
Silver Eyes says, and here's the flaw. Can we just discuss this compelling title, The Quest? It was probably a work in progress, but that's funny, yeah.
Which is better, The Quest or Broken?
I mean, neither. I think the answer is neither. I could make that darker. Oh no, gasp. I mean,
Same.
It gets darker, I'm sure. I just don't remember.
I do
how.
love dark things, but just, like, you know, ones that... Like, the actual writing is kind of better, but then it's just still, like, the organization and the...
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is a first draft. I never went back to actually organize it. whereas the other one I tried to organize it, but I was a child. This one I'm more of a teenager that doesn't have that excuse, but I just didn't work on it that hard.
Yeah.
That night had been the night of the fire. No one knew how it started, but most thought it had been an imp having a little fun. Who cares? Ian's house had somehow caught fire, and escape for either Ian or his mother had been impossible.
Okay.
Sure.
Well, clearly you're still alive, so tell us how we got there.
The house had burned for nearly 10 minutes. Very detailed. By the time word reached Ian's father, but when it did reach his ear, Ian's father ran back to the house, concerned for the lives of his family, which he didn't care about, and threw knives at previously. Anyway, when his father had realized that he'd taken them for granted, it made him so remorseful that he shouted that he regretted everything he'd ever done, according to a witness. Is this a report? Is this like a newspaper? Or is this like the story?
Ian's father ran into flames because he hated himself.
Ian's father had then rushed into the burning building in a selfless suicidal attempt to save them. He actually may have succeeded since he was so used to the heat from blacksmith.
I don't think that's how that works.
I don't think, you know,
like,
being a blacksmith makes you immune to fire. It's like you open up the oven to get pizza out so often. Ah, yes, now I can just live in the oven. That's I'm fine with that. And he had on his protective gear. You mean like an apron? Unfortunately, an observing troll had gotten other ideas. Immediately after Ian's father had disappeared into the flames, the great troll had charged in behind, wielding a long, horrid troll blade.
Troll blade.
So a troll's just like, ah yes, a burning building. I would like to join that.
Apparently.
I thought... Sure, okay, I'm not going to question that. That's, yep, very logical. Witnesses thereafter, okay, once again, interviewing, recalled hearing two screams, shortly followed by the crunch of half the burning house caving in upon itself. At this point, Ian could remember sitting on the dirt floor of his flaming room as one wall fell over and revealed the night outside. Unfortunately, the wall had also revealed the next room, where Ian saw a giant troll stab both his parents, cut off their head, and stuff their bodies into his special troll bag. Oh boy.
Special troll bag.
Ian's horrified scream had caused the troll to notice him, and the troll had been advancing upon him, about to strike, when the Flash came.
The Flash.
I am the Flash!
It takes a very different turn, and now we're in DC.
No, I'm Blores here. Ian remembered every detail of the troll's horrid, sneering face as the troll's blade descended upon his fear-frozen frame. But then a blinding flash of daylight had come from outside, and the troll had died with a final wail of pain. Then the light had faded to a weak glow, and a tall old man, it's Gandalf, had stepped into the now extinguished house to help Ian escape. The man was new to this village, and no one had ever seen him before. After he saved Ian, he moved into the village with his daughter, and became the village shaman, or wizard, as he was often called, since he knew many forms of magic. That's so irrelevant to say. Just say he's a wizard. Everyone knows what a wizard is. He was wise and kind, and he told stories of his faraway homeland, and all instantly loved him. He became the one in charge of running and defending the village very quickly. But Ian could not love him, as the other children his age so dearly did. Ian had no parents to shoo him off to greet the one who had saved his life. Ian felt awkward, indebted to the man, and Ian couldn't stand being in his presence because of his shame.
Isn't he like 8 still?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know why he's... Yeah, sure, okay, whatever. Ian respected the man, but it seemed to him that he could never feel normal around him unless he were to save the man's life and repay his debt somehow. Oh, is that foreshadowing, or is... I don't know how I feel about this. Of course, now not many people love the wizard anymore because they envied his wealth.
Of course now everybody didn't love him anymore. Of course.
There's so much just like information being vomited.
We went from Ian looking at a charm to here's my parents' entire backstory.
I liked the first paragraph so much, and now it's just like, hey, can I like inform you about all the traumatic things in the past? By the way,
I'd like to tell you about your car's extended warranty.
Oh no! Fairy tale moment. I guess that makes me immune to fire because I'm just so hot. Ah! Dark is good when the other characters are forced to make mature decisions. Dark and edgy for the sake of it, or just to say, ha, nice people are boring, doesn't always work. Yeah, true. Troll Blade is totally the blade Frodo has. The text works, just saying. Yes, that's accurate. Edgy is fine if it adds something, or is compelling to character development and story.
Yeah.
Like Zuko.
Yes.
Ian stared at the cracked statue's face. Oh, we're back in the present tense again.
Ooh,
Finally.
yay.
Remembering the flash of daylight from the wizard's staff that had permanently turned the troll to stone. A single tear trickled down Ian's face as he walked around the eroding gargoyle.
Men don't cry. Stop it, Ian.
Whoa.
Sorry, I'm kidding.
Around the arm that was still raised, poised to strike Ian down with its blade, hung the now stone troll bag that must still contain the remains of Ian's parents. Oh, that's traumatic.
Wait, this is the same... Yeah, okay, wow.
That's, yeah.
And this is like how many years later? That's some corpses.
I guess 8, because I think he's 16,
cool.
whereas he was 8. So, yep, he's just... Apparently he sleeps underneath the statue grave of his parents.
Because he just wants to traumatize himself.
He loves trauma. I don't know. I lost it. Where was I?
Somewhere.
Ah, yes. Ian looked scornfully at the solidified wound on the troll's back, considering the cause of his parents' odd tomb. Solidified wound on the troll's back. Does the troll have a wound, or is he saying that the bag is a wound to Ian? Alright, sure. Ian was meant to be dead too, but he wasn't. Because of that wizard. How dare he save my life?
You weren't saving my life, you ruined my life.
Exactly. Ian scowled, kicking the cracked leg of the troll, which had begun to sink into the ground after so many years of being stationary. One foot broke off the statue as the single tear leapt from Ian's chin and landed atop a small blade of grass. Ian wiped his face and regained his usual hard composure. He had not broken down like this in years. One tear. I have never let go this much. But current events had called for extreme measures, and this extremeness was on the verge of being too much for Ian. Ian wiped off the trail that his tear had left through the dirt on his face, and that was all. Then Ian briskly began to walk back towards the rest of the village, leaving the old clearing behind. Ian was only 16, but his mind was older. Sorry. Hang on, someone said something in the chat. Like, obvious LOTR gets dark, but it's all about attitude. Typically, if a story is marketed for being grimdark or just extremely gritty, I tend to avoid it. What's cool are the stories that you expect to be lighthearted and wholesome, and then slam you with 12-year-olds having claustrophobic panic attacks after being locked in a coffin and starved for days because he tried to start a factory rebellion and escape child labor. Not the single tears. Oh,
what is
boy.
that story about?
I don't know. It sounds like the jungle, but I don't know. I don't know. That's not even... I mean, I don't... Never mind.
Englishing.
Ian is only allowed to cry in single tears. He cannot spare another because he will lose his edginess powers. You're right.
Oh dear.
Oh, I forgot to check how many words are in this. Oh, apparently 95,000. But, that's kind of irrelevant because...
How many were in the last one?
You know what? I don't remember. How many words were in the last one? Anyone remember? But most of these, honestly, are notes. So, this is way, way, way shorter. I would be surprised if this is longer than 30 pages, but I don't know. I don't remember. Ian was only 16, but he could take care of himself. He had needed to learn how, since nobody else wanted to take him in after his parents had died. Not even the wizard. Ian had been forced to become a man at the age of 8. Alright. And he had learned to fend for himself in his attempts to survive the first few months after his orphanization?
Orphanization.
I guess that's the word, but I don't like it. But he had become a man without a role model to look upon, so he never fully understood everything about life. Ian learned to be cold, harsh, bold, and resourceful instead of loving and social like his parents may have taught him to be.
I don't think they would have if they were throwing knives at your
Probably
face,
not.
Just saying.
He lived out in the woods and got his own food. Never once had any of the village folk invited him to stay with them. Never once had he received any hospitality greater than the occasional good trade at the market.
This town must be
So-
full of Avengers or something.
So basically, he just
They're all
became a
crazy.
caveman. He just decided he's going to live in the Jungle Book.
Wow.
But this was to be expected. The oppression of the evil creatures on the country was great. Every village was isolated by every other by the dark forests, yet connected by goblin-guarded roads. The forests were said by the people to be death traps, through which only the bravest would venture. So most people only went into the forest for the first mile or so, and then only to hunt. Trolls lived in the caves of the forest, but feared to come out into the open ever since the village wizard had turned the entire sky to sunlight one time. You know, that's also what the sun does. Instead, the trolls ate whatever came along, and depleted the forests of all game and food sources. The dragon had posted them in there to surround the villages and ensure things went his way. Within the borders of each village in the country, there were several small fields for farming, and that was it. The people had to survive on the limited resources within the confines of the Trolls Patrol line. Trolls Patrol line.
Trolls Patrol line.
Sounds a lot like Ruby. A lot of dictionary full. Specific reference is the Wingfather saga by Andrew Peterson. Very cute middle grade fantasy. Christian themes,
I've
but
heard
not
of
preachy. Interesting. Cool.
I haven't read it, but someone told me about it.
I have not heard of it. No one told me about it until now.
There'd be water.
Boy. Oh, we're back in the present tense again.
Oh boy.
Ian got several harsh stares from gaunt faces and shattered windows. Hunger Games vibes. As he traversed the dusty road. The village was always suspicious of shapeshifters, and Ian was disliked in the first place just because of his refusal to go die in depression somewhere.
Why does everyone hate him for no apparent reason?
I don't know. I guess I was very hard on myself at the time. I just wanted to make a character that felt very sad. I don't know. People never wanted Ian to live because the land couldn't sustain all the people it currently held, and the very fact that Ian was staying alive meant that he was utilizing resources that could have been used to help them or their families.
Okay.
Ian's
So
village...
is every other human existing there?
True. Ian's village was small because of the lack of adequate resources, and it only consisted of about 200 people. That's actually bigger than I thought it was. And out of them, the only friends that Ian had were the people he'd grown up with before his parents' death. But even those friendships barely existed now, since Ian had changed so much from the joyful boy he had been. There were a few small children, however, that Ian actually interacted with in a more personal way than a glance or a business transaction. They were the few children whose parents didn't care for them, similar to the way Ian had been treated. Ian remembered that he had met them just by stumbling across one of them crying under a bush one day, and had asked what was wrong. The boy had poured out his whole life story.
Just like you're doing to us right
Yep,
now.
and Ian had taken pity enough to give the boy some supplies and food he had collected over the day. Then the boy told his friends about Ian's hidden streak of kindness, and now several kids came to Ian for lessons about how to fish and hunt, or come for handouts that they knew Ian would get for them.
The Lost Boys.
Oh! Ian enjoyed the kids, and playing and smiling with them was the only way he ever felt human again.
Jeez.
Edge. He treated every one of them as his own children, bruh. Not that Ian had any. That's kind of obvious, but sure. Ian respected it. He lives alone in a freaking cave. What do you
Where everyone
mean?
hates
Obviously,
him.
he doesn't have any kids of his own. Ian respected everyone in the village, treating them as his equal or greater. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, they all hate him and want him to die. They're offended that he continues to exist. Why do you respect these people?
Because you just have to show that you're just morally superior to them.
Apparently. I'm perfect a child in every way. Oh, man. I was referring to the starts of the guy. I wish most of my friends refused to die in depression. Oh my gosh.
Oh no. Hello?
Vroom. Do you mind?
Dr. Strange be passing our house.
Oh, because of the fast speediness? Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ian, Ian! One of the village girls yelled joyfully, dashing up to him. Instantly, her friends began charging from the old abandoned stables where they liked to play, and ran to him with wide smiles. There were few horses left in the land because the villagers had to eat their own horses to avoid starving to death. Of course, now that they were gone, there was little food left, and these children were always hungry. Ian laughed as he watched them come, and he quickly went through his pockets to see if he could find anything to feed them. He stopped walking and allowed his legs to be hugged by the children.
Aww!
My legs! Help! I cannot movement. Ian laughed and allowed himself to be pulled to the ground by the giggling kids. Alright. This was Ian's one soft spot, where he felt capable of emotion.
Wow.
I'm trying not to allow myself to be happy about this. I'm in band class? Okay. What did you bring us? Asked the small boy that Ian had picked up, a toothy smile across his face. Ian's mood fell, and his expression showed it. Ian glanced over to a few of these children's parents. Some scowled at Ian distrustingly, looking as though they thought he would attack their children at any moment, while others smiled, glad that someone could entertain their children in these dark times. I'm sorry, my friends. Should I give him an edgy voice?
I'm sorry, my friends.
Okay, you do the edgy voice.
I'm sorry, my friends. Ian replied as small hands ripped through his pockets. I didn't even go hunting yesterday, so I have no food.
Wait, here it is! A girl shouted, waving around a small roll, hard side out from Ian's coat pocket. Ian looked at it surprised. He must have missed that yesterday, when he had been starving to death. How? How are you this dumb?
I didn't know I had a roll!
Whoops! I forgot that I had something to stop me from starving to death. Oh well, guess I'll die! Imagine not checking one pocket that has just like this fluffy like protrusion. Uh-oh. Stream says it's dying. Hopefully you can still hear us. Wow. that takes new levels of intelligence. Oh boy. Ian looked at it surprised. The children cheered and gathered around as the roll was ripped up and quickly devoured. Is there any more? They asked, sadly searching Ian again.
Perhaps, but I doubt it. I didn't know that bread was there, Ian replied. One of the boys, who still had a chunk of bread, looked at what he had left in his hand and guiltily asked with his mouth full.
Are you hungry?
Yes, Ian replied after a moment of silence. But you eat that. I can last longer without food than you do. I don't think that grammar was right.
Yeah, okay. How long has it been? Asked the youngest girl as her brother tried to steal the last remaining bread. Ian sighed.
3 days ago, Ian admitted. It's not so bad once you get used to it.
Why didn't you go hunting with...
The what is
Yeah!
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 How do you pronounce
Yeah.
I with a I with an accent A?
I know how to pronounce it.
Yeah?
I know
Is
how
what
to
I'm gonna
pronounce
go
it.
with, but I don't know why I
pronounce
added
it. I
an
know how to
accent.
pronounce it.
The easiest way to pronounce Yoi is to say E.
That's how you pronounce it.
Yeah! Okay.
Yeah!
Alright, I'm gonna call her Ia.
Okay.
Obviously, you can tell at what stage of life this was either written or...
Just delete a letter from their names.
or perhaps it was search all instances of the original name replaced with this. I have no idea what the case may be. Whatever. Why didn't you go hunting with Ia yesterday? The youngest girl asked after a moment of guilty silence. Ian looked away, closing his eyes.
Ian and Ia, those are very vowel-heavy names.
Yay. Ian looked away, closing his eyes. The rest of the children looked at their feet sadly. Why? What happened? She asked, worried now. Is she dead too? Bruh.
Probably.
Ian took a deep breath so that he could control himself. And he turned back sadly.
You might want your parents to explain to you what the sacrifice is. Samantha.
Capital. Samanthea.
Oh.
Whoa.
Samanthea. Samanthea.
I mean, I kind of like it, but it's a bit weird.
It's, yeah, interesting.
Yeah! Goku charges
Ian
up.
replied. As the last of the bread was swallowed, there was a moment of silence as Ian looked at the concerned little girl. I have to go now, Ian eventually said, rising from the ground and giving a slow way. As he began walking away, he was not followed as he usually was. The children knew that Ian needed some space.
Emotionally intelligent children.
Or maybe just because he would, like,
Yeah!
He would like scream at them or maybe have a single tear if they didn't give him space.
One singular tear. Ia was the wizard's daughter. She was 1 year older than Ian and was remarkably beautiful, kind, and funny. Wow, no possible hints here about love interest or whatever.
Of course not.
She liked hunting, fishing, and a couple other things that Ian liked as well. Does anyone really like hunting and fishing, you know, considering you have to do that to survive?
I don't know.
Is that really a hobby if it's you have to do this to survive?
Wait, what do you do with your life? I survive. No way, me too.
Oh, wow! We're made for each other, soulmates! Anyway. Her sense of humor was like no other.
Oh,
I mean, considering he doesn't have a sense of humor because he's had so
can't
much trauma.
feel anything.
Yeah, exactly. And she often helped Ian to see the bright side of things when he had thought there was no bright side to be found. But the first few times they had met were not promising. Here we go with more backstory.
Oh boy.
Ian remembered that their only previous interaction had consisted of random passings. Once, she had been straying off the path to pick flowers while humming a cheerful tune, and Ian thought, how could you possibly be almost my age and yet act like that?
Wow.
As he shook, as in amusement, I'm having a stroke, determinedly continuing on his way, arms loaded with firewood. I assumed there was supposed to be like shook his head, but
Or maybe,
I never
like,
went back and
chuckling
edited.
his shoulders are shaking, but no, he's just
He
shaking.
I am shaking in amusement! Oh!
That is so funny, I am shaking!
Wow, the earthquakes spontaneously. But now she was different. Even still, the people of the village didn't like her because her father was rich and powerful. Wow. They're really upset about that, I guess. And because she and her family lived more comfortably than any other person in the village. In fact, Ia was loathed and envied so much that she was called the Witch Child by some, who also joked that the dragon himself was her mother, since Ia's real mother never left the wizard's towering home.
Wait, is the dragon a female?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure not.
cool.
Okay, the townsfolk's stories only heightened their animosity for Ia to the point where Ia had once nearly been murdered just for spite. Ian had intervened though, since he just happened to be in the right place at the right time 2 years ago. That's probably why they actually. Are we gonna hear about it? Bruh. We're gonna hear about it.
Oh boy.
The shepherd's wife had been the one to suggest the deed just as Ia had gone to the market, and by midday, wow, okay, word spreads fast. They're just like, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's go murder him. Let's round up a mob. Stab a child. And by midday, why are you doing? You have like he's a wizard. If you upset him, he's gonna freaking blow you up with a fireball. Why are you? What do you hope to gain from
seem
this?
like a great plan.
If you're gonna stab anyone, stab the weird caveman who just takes up resources and exists apparently. Why are you gonna upset your wizard man who apparently kills trolls for you? Okay, use your brains, good sirs. So by midday, a fierce group of men had assembled by the side of the path and lay in wait for her. Lay in wait of her. I guess that's still grammatically correct, but it's different. Ian had been in the nearby woods when he heard the panic scream. Ordinarily at that time, Ian would have paid it little mind since horrified screams were common at the time.
Okay.
But that day had been different. Ia's scream had so reminded him of his mother's last scream that he instantly rose.
Oedipus.
Bruh.
Sorry.
That he instantly rose, confused, and ran to see what was happening. When he found the place, why are horrified screams common? That's what I want to know. That's just the way. That just happens, you know. Horrified shrieks, yep, common. I mean, the villages apparently all stink, so you know. Age of Entertainment says, "What are your hobbies?" I survive. Oh, cool! I make lists about how I'll die. Number 1 is reading this list. Oh wait, no, is reading this guy. Ethan's terrible fan fiction. Okay, I don't want to talk to you. Okay, I don't know how to talk to you. Wow. I can't read. I'm dying. Life pro tip. Never upset the wizard man. Opt for the caveman when available.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. Band class is happening outside of my door? Your door? Whose door? Whose door is band class happening outside of?
I don't know.
Is it because of the squeaky chair? Is that what you... I don't know what's happening.
I don't know why band class is happening.
I'd rather hear the lore of the town if there are common screams and it's not New York. Yeah, this is just Town of Salem Town.
No.
The story is no longer about Ian. It's just about the random townsfolk that do crazy things every day. I can't read, says the guy wearing glasses. These actually only block blue light. They're not actually magnification at all. So, Fjord Olsen has left. EJ is back. Hello. I have to stare at screens for like 8 hours a day plus, so that's why I put them on.
Well, I do that too, and I just don't wear them, so I'll probably go blind by
I'm
the age
gonna
of
have a headache
2.
every day of my life. He ran, confused, to see what was happening. When he found the place where Ia had been chained to a tall oak tree, he thought it was already too late. Ia was bruised and bleeding, and she breathed heavily.
There's one sign of dying, breathing heavily.
Eyes closed. Meanwhile, the 5 or 6 thugs that had attacked her circled around, organizing a knife-throwing game that would end with the winner scoring a hit in the heart. Oh, that's very horrifying. Wow. This is not even, like, murder. This is, like, ritualistic, cruel torture for funsies. These people are psychopaths. I'm concerned. I guess throwing knives at children is just a common thing to do in this town.
Apparently.
Anyway, Ian had instantly stomped out of the woods, enraged at the men's stupidity and jealousy, while also brought to compassion by the sound of the panic scream. I thought her eyes were... whatever. I guess she's not dead or knocked out. She's just, you know, ouched. Don't you realize what you're... Wait, it's edgy voice.
Don't you realize what you're doing? Ian had shouted, walking between the men and Ia. They had replied with annoyed protests about how Ia didn't deserve any better than they and their families had. Ian pointed out that her father was a powerful wizard capable of protecting the land or destroying it, and that he certainly deserved his wealth, whereas their fathers had lived similarly miserable lives and had therefore imparted upon them nothing.
You're gonna get yourself stabbed too, my good sir.
Ian then admonished them by pointing out their cowardice in attacking a teenage girl with 6 armed, full-grown men. Finally, Ian had reasoned that if anyone had the right to complain about how bad their life was, Ian should have it more than... Why is this literally that scene from the Bible where they're trying to stone that lady and he's like, you are bad too, so you can't, and anyone who is perfect can throw the first stone. He's like, you guys also are bad, and I should be the one that should be mad, but I'm not because I'm so good. Take that.
Moral superiority, part 2.
Alluding to the unfairness of his own life that Ian had resolved not to acknowledge, since he didn't even consider his life to have deserved any better. With these words, the men had taken back their chain and slunk back off into the woods, grumbling about how that horrible wizard would probably destroy them if they harmed his daughter.
He's the target too. Why would they not knife him?
With the power of facts and logic.
Apparently so.
6 full-grown men were just like, okay, we hate the caveman and we hate the daughter, but we'll leave them alive anyway because we got a lecture.
Wow, how dare he say that he gets to complain more. Wow, that's just so rude. Imagine.
Then left to himself, Ian had been forced to try reviving Ia, who had fainted.
Reviving? Revive. How?
Who had fainted shortly after Ian's speech. Ian had managed this with his limited knowledge of healing plants, and had also taken the time to bandage her wounds. When she awoke, she seemed scared and uncertain, and Ian gave her what little comfort he knew how to give. Not much. Still, Ian carried her back to the wizard's house, considering Ia to be weak.
You're burned to the group because you're weak.
And slightly childish, having never before to have dealt with the real world and its evils. Ian had, well, I think she has now. Ian had left the bewildered, crestfallen Ia by her front door without saying goodbye or waiting to see if she got inside safely, considering his duty to have been more than fulfilled. Okay, just dumps her out the door and is like,
all
bye.
The backstory. That's just great. I love it when his story is interrupted with so many, like, back-to-back paragraphs of backstory.
Yep, it's really cool.
Anyway. Oh, no, we're still going.
Oh.
Of course, then the men began a spiteful rumor throughout the village about the forest wild man being in love with the witch child. Man. How have they not been stabbed? That's all I want to know. Ian, however, never heard or paid any mind to the village gossip, since he only entered the village for business anyway. Business? What business do you do, sir? other than, like, stabbing people. But when one of the children asked him if the rumors were true, Ian was stupefied. He had performed an act of kindness, not gone seeking out any sort of relationship. Okay. And Ian promised himself that he would never be... What? That he never would, being the ever-cautious, ever-logical... Because clearly, relationship and logic are the opposites of each other. There's no possibility for overlap there.
Everyone in relationships are stupid!
Wow! I mean, I guess... if you've been raised in a place where children are just more mouths to feed, but they can't do anything to keep themselves alive and they just deserve to die, then maybe having children is a bad idea. I don't know. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. Ian had a strange viewpoint on romance, to say the least. Okay, at least that's consistent between super EJ and super edgy.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear his perspective.
Shroomy! Hey Shroomy, how are you? Oh no, another story, he says.
Yep, here we go. Shroomy, you basically missed nothing in the actual story because we've just been getting weird flashbacks about his tragic life and his parents dying in a fire and abusing him and throwing knives at his face. So the only thing that's happened in the actual story is he fed some kids. that's everything that's happened in the present time.
Bread, by the way, not knives, not blood, murder.
Because anything. The children are the only thing that make him feel anything in his cold and
so far, we've
heart.
basically had like 2 scenes of actually like present tense, real things happening, and those have been the best parts. Everything else has been kind of and it's all been like backstory exposition, which was kind of pointless and irrelevant. Yeah. So if we just kept what actually has happened so far in the real time world, it's good. It's decent. Everything else is dragging it down though.
Yeah.
He had known and felt so little of it since he had known and felt so little of romance, he wasn't sure how to feel or react about it. In his mind, love was weakness, heartbreak, and stupidity.
Wow.
The thing that had brought about his parents' downfall. So Ian had been careful to avoid all sorts of romance, right down to the very act of speaking to girls his age. Okay. Which he thought could lead to something. Is this man okay?
I don't think so.
Is he okay though? Like for real, is he okay? I don't think he is.
Not.
Ian's only emotions toward love were ones of fear, hate, and anger. Wow, he's not okay. Still, he managed to ignore the rumors until they died down. And shortly after they died down was when he truly met Ia. Oh boy, more backstory, I'm betting.
Uh-huh.
Can we just, like, skip ahead at least, like, 5 paragraphs or something?
No, illegal.
Okay. He had just been out hunting, as usual, nearly a year after saving Ia when he had stumbled across Ia. Can you stop? You don't have to specify proper nouns multiple times. This has happened multiple times. I'm just now getting upset about it, or, like, actually saying something about it, but it's been multiple times where it's like, yes, the troll used the troll's weapon to use on the troll, and I'm like, yeah, just, pronouns and shortcuts exist. You can say it and like his and like their and all that kind of stuff, but okay, not so much, whatever. Who was sitting on a log fishing in the lake. She had not noticed him because he was such a quiet hunter.
Okay.
You had to bait it for several minutes. Deciding whether to say something or not. You're kind of wasting your time. You're not being very logical there, sir. He eventually decided against it and continued along his way. Unfortunately, then he stepped on a rock because he's such a quiet hunter, which made a sound that attracted Ia's attention. Ian had turned to her slowly. Oops, I have been caught.
Oh, no.
Apprehensively, to find that she was not the same girl that she had been so many moons ago. She, in fact, had transformed into a fish. I'm kidding. What's the fish? Her face carried more worries than it had before, and her dress was not as pristine as it once had been. They merely looked at each other expressionlessly.
That's creepy, okay.
Yeah, that is, until the corners of Ia's face slowly lifted into a smile.
The corners of her face lifted?
She has a square face! Oh no! To be fair, most people in relationships are 16 or pretty stupid. Fair enough.
Yeah.
At 16, yeah. This whole story is a clip show. True me, they say. I'm assuming there are vehicles with loud engines that were zooming by earlier. Yeah, there were. Okay. Okay, would you like to be both voices, or should I be the girl and you be the edgy, or...
I guess that's how... I don't know, do you want to be edgy, or do you want me to be edgy?
I mean, I think I like your edgy voice.
Okay.
You just keep it... You got the hipster outfit, you're just like...
I'm so edgy, guys.
Perfect edgy lord. But then I guess I have to be a girl, which doesn't make sense. So, I mean, you could be both if you want, or...
Sure, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. What should her voice be?
Horse.
How do I speak like a horse?
I don't know.
Okay.
I was joking, by the way, but I do want to hear what a horse voice sounds like.
I don't know what that sounds like.
I'm sorry, I never asked you.
I hate it.
I
Okay.
choked on my Pepsi when you said she was a fish.
Okay, she's gonna have a little bit of an airy voice because you said she was childish, so. I'm sorry I never thanked you for what you did, she said finally.
It's Miss Minutes.
I didn't give her a southern accent.
It sounded almost like it, just like hints of Miss Minutes.
Maybe she is. I'm scared. You owe me no apology. You owe me nothing, Ian replied, shifting uncomfortably and thinking more of the wizard than Ia when he spoke. Come now, you saved my life and made my father realize that it was time for me to grow up, Ia responded, putting down her fishing pole. I owe you quite a lot. I beg to differ in opinion. Oh, and...
Who speaks like that? I beg to differ in opinion. Yeah, I mean, you could just say I beg to differ. What's the in opinion part?
You may want to fish over by the stream. It was a good spot yesterday, Ian replied, his voice scratchy from disuse. Ian was surprised to hear himself say this, as he never shared his survival secrets with anyone, but he decided it wouldn't hurt. If she was a beginner and couldn't take... What? If she was a beginner and couldn't take all his fish, period.
Couldn't hurt if she was a beginner and wouldn't take all the fish.
Understand. Ia had then managed to draw Ian into an hour-long conversation about a variety of topics, during which Ian had taught Ia how to skip a stone across water.
That's not survivally.
Oh,
illogical.
As she had told him about how much she'd matured. And I've matured so much.
Yes,
and
surely.
learned from her father over the past year. And from that moment on, Ian and Ia, that's hard to say, began to spend a lot of time together.
Thank goodness we're finally at present tense once again. Ian finally arrived at the blacksmith shop where he had been heading before the children had intercepted him. Let's hope that's the last, backstory. I don't think it will be, but,
Oh boy.
I don't know. Ian finally arrived at the blacksmith shop where he had been heading before the children had intercepted him. Yes, I read that twice. Yes, I forgot where I had been. Though the blacksmith shop was technically supposed to be Ian's, a nice old mad had taken up residence in the shop and had inherited Ian's father's business. Ian had been fine with this, since he wouldn't even go near the shop again until 3 moons after the night of his parents' deaths. After that time, though, there was a short phase of Ian's life where he had become fascinated with blacksmithing and carpentry and had become the old man's apprentice in order to learn better the ways of crafting things. Minecraft! The caveman, the Minecraft man! The old man had been kind enough to teach Ian everything he knew. That's a lot of things. And Ian had been... hungry. Sorry. And Ian had been eager and willing to learn it all. Ian had been a natural born... What? Ian had been a natural born for the trade, okay, and had quickly mastered the art. Had he? Just mastered the whole thing, just as still a child.
Cool.
Sure, if you say so. I believe you entirely. It's not like it takes a whole lifetime to develop those kind of skills or anything. Yep. Whatever. Then Ian began dreaming up and building his own inventions. Of course, this only lasted until the old man accidentally set off one of Ian's mouse traps, resulting in several of the old man's toes being chopped off with an axe.
Jeez.
Just gotta add some dark trauma there every once in a while. Keep things from getting too good, I guess. Yep. Then Ian had been sent off into the wild again, and Ian couldn't help but feel as though he became closest associated... What? Ian had been sent off into the wild again, and Ian couldn't help but feel as though those he became closest associated with him were caused misfortune because of him.
Jeez, that was a sentence.
Remove the something needs to be fixed about that. His parents died trying to save him. Narble lost his foot while trying to train Ian.
Narble.
Why is his name Narble?
I have no idea.
Narble?
Narble.
Wilbert Need! Narble lost his foot while trying to train Ian, and now Ia was now to be affected. Wrong version. It should be affected, not affected. By something worse than death, due to the horrid anticipation involved with what was happening to her. Ian felt guilty, somehow responsible for all the problems around him in the world. His only comfort came when he discovered his affinity for children. Don't say it like that.
Affinity for children.
Broken! Everything around him is broken! He ruins everything! He's just the worst! Oh, we've solved it! Yep. Ian, the warty, wrinkly old man grunted disapprovingly as Ian entered the store, lost in thought. Ian arrived at the wooden front counter and was hit by a wall of hot smoke. The old man coughed as Ian leaned over the counter.
Hello, Narble. In his usual flat-toned voice. The old man continued to examine the red-hot sword he was forging, bent over his anvil with sweat dripping down his face. Narble, can you hear? Ian cried. Narble slammed his hammer down beside him and stood, coming around the counter.
Don't I look like I'm listening? I'm waiting for you to tell me what you want so you can be gone!
He yelled harshly in a thick accent. I'm not sure what accent that was, but it was a thick one. I think I imagined him as being, like, Gobber, so, like, Scottish.
That's the vibe I was getting.
Don't I look like I'm listening? I'm waiting for you to tell me what you want so you can be gone!
No, that's terrible. I can't do that.
It was kind of funny.
I'll do what I can. His breath was rank, and his remaining yellow teeth looked little better than the rest of the teeth of the skull that sat on the counter serving as a candle stand.
Okay.
You could use any... You're a blacksmith. You could use anything for that, and you choose a skull? What the frick is wrong with you?
Forgive me. I need a new
I
knife.
thought that said I need a new wife at first.
I thought it said life.
All of these are true.
Ian replied as the energetic old man bounced around on his wooden foot. It literally is cover.
It's a
flailing
spring.
the red-hot sword around dangerously close to the dry thatched roof.
How low is this roof? Alright, hold up. Gotta re-chat for a second. Narble is the best. Stan. Narble Stan. Shirley says, hold up, I haven't been paying attention. Is the main character Ian, as in E-T-H-A-N?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Also
Just like
as
the
in
other one was
Evan.
E-V-A-N.
Yeah.
So we just lost a letter. It's, totally a different character.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. Because this one's been through way more trauma. And actually changed as a result of it. This is just a blank slate idiot. Happy-go-lucky, whatever. I don't tell people I've matured because I can't judge for myself. I let other people decide because it's probably for the best. Yeah, that makes sense. People tell me I've gotten more mature, but really I've gotten more self-absorbed and clingy. Aww. This story deserves the caption, you had me and then you lost me. Sherry says, wow.
Wow.
I'm starting to get concerned about Ethan. Fish, horse, what? I don't know.
Oh dear.
I burped, sorry.
Stop.
Okay, we're caught up. Yay.
Yeah.
Where did we leave off? Oh yes, affinity for Wait, no.
No, we were...
Did we do that? Oh yeah, okay.
That's true.
A new knife! A new knife!
Oh. What's a good old man voice? I don't know how grating I want him to be. I feel like he's breathed a lot of smoke.
A new knife or just a new handle, like the last few times. It seems like all you come here for is refurbishment for rotten stuff.
An actual new knife this time. I pride myself in squeezing every bit of efficiency out before throwing something away.
Who speaks like this?
He does. But this knife has been sharpened so many times over the past few
we
years.
get the idea.
It can be bent now with but a finger. Ian demonstrated with his old knife, sticking it on the counter and twisting it.
You just got a razor blade.
Bent and snapped off at the handle.
Bruh, good job. You ruined it entirely.
About time!
Sorry, that was terrible.
About time! So what you need? So what you need this new knife for, laddie? Going to slit your wrists over a loss?
Jeez.
Narble asked, removing the remains of the old knife from the counter and throwing the wooden part of the handle into the fire.
Loss? Ian asked, confusion showing on his face. And emotion!
Wow.
Narble glanced back, one eyebrow raised to be sure Ian was serious.
Boy, are you daft? The girl, the witch child! I mean, the witch child!
He practically yelled. Ian's face darkened.
She has a name, and Ia and I never said we were in love.
That's not...
Ian replied hotly.
Doesn't
Nobody
necessarily
said you were!
mean that, like, just because it's your friend can be lost as well doesn't... Whatever.
Aye, but the whole village knows it!
He's a pirate now. I'm sorry, he's a pirate now.
And how can they know something to be true that I myself... Ian stopped short and collected himself. May we just drop this subject? I came here for a knife, not to argue, Ian responded.
You seem to love arguing.
Narble grinned knowingly as he reached for one of his new knives. Well, but what is he talking about a loss, though? I'm still...
The sacrifice.
Oh, okay, I forgot about that.
There's
I already
something
forgot,
going
sorry.
on. I mean, we need a backstory about that, but we're not getting it, which is good, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. It's good to leave one thing up in the air.
Yeah, thank goodness. I can speak English the best. This is just a pirate. Old men are more deep and wheezy, lol. Well, you know,
His
I don't
voice
know
just
what I'm
changes
doing.
every time in this book.
Yes, this guy changes just on a dime. He can be whatever he's supposed to be, I guess. I remember that this is one of the guys who, like, starts out... Like, he was described in the beginning as being very kind until, I guess, his foot got chopped off. Then he's very mean and abrasive. And then I think he, like, abruptly starts being nice again later. I don't remember. We'll get there.
You got the money to pay for...
He asked before stopping and furrowing his brow.
Okay, sorry. What? What? Ian asked, confused by Narble's sudden cease of emotion.
I have frozen and I need something.
I have a bit of gold. I was hoping the small piece of silver would suffice, though.
Why would you tell him, oh yes, I have gold, but can this work? Just say, this is all I have, and then if he's like, no, then you can come back later with the gold. Okay. You need to think.
I mean...
Ow, I punched myself.
No, wait. I'm trying to remember where I put that knife.
Narble muttered, walking back into his shop, digging through piles of junk which clattered to the floor around him. Excuse me?
Special knife?
You had a knife a second ago, didn't you?
I only have enough money for chicken nuggets. I only have enough money. Where to go? Oh, I only have enough money for a small hunting knife like my old one.
Silence, Ian!
Narble yelled, excitedly.
Silence, Ian!
Narble yelled excitedly.
Yes, it was a special knife, but it was meant for you. Your father must have made it for you because he felt bad for cutting your face the night he died.
Jeez.
He theorized, continuing his search. Ian no longer felt emotion when people brought up his parents' deaths. He had learned to live with it and rarely had feelings anymore.
Okay.
Yep, yeah, okay. I guess so.
Okay, I guess so.
Ah, here it is.
Narble announced, drawing forth a small black box from a dusty pile of maces.
Okay.
Who needs that many maces? Are you
Pile of
really going
maces.
to war? Like, I thought all the towns are separated from each other, and the only, like, real thing you can do is hunt and try not to die. I mean, maybe if you get attacked by the goblins or the trolls or whatever, but is a mace really going to help you with that? You need, like, something big. Probably, preferably a ranged weapon. I don't know. Whatever. Pile of maces. I lost it.
I found this the day after you chopped off half my foot. I never ended up giving it to who it was addressed to because, well, I was mad.
And you had a right to be. I'm so sorry.
My little
Ian
piggy
apologized.
will never be the same.
Ian apologized, staring at the painted label on the box, which read, "To my dear son Ian, whom I'm sorry to have wronged these many years."
Imagine throwing a knife at your child's face and then later in the day, just like, oh yes, to my dear son Ian, sorry I sliced your face open, I hope
My
you're
bad.
alive.
That's how abusive parents work.
Ouch.
Well, I mean, I guess sometimes it is, because sometimes, like, in
Catcher in a door?
abusive-
Kidding.
Well, sometimes in abusive situations, like, the person will be super mean, but then they'll be super nice to like keep you in that relationship and like love bomb you, you know?
Love bomb?
Yeah.
Haven't heard this
So,
term, but
yeah, it's like when, like, after you do something, well, not even after you do something bad, but sometimes it's after you do something bad, then you start, like, you get them a bunch of gifts, and you talk super nice to them, and you're just like, oh, you're the best person ever, I'm so sorry for how I was, you're so beautiful and amazing, and I love you so much, and just, like, so much overwhelming love that you feel like you can't leave them, and you're like, oh, but they're so nice, I can't get out of this relationship because look at how good they are, you know?
I see.
It's hot in here. That's my complaint.
Would you like me to open the door?
Yes. I could change my hoodie, but I don't want to.
Well, that sounds like a problem. You're gonna make me sad because you want to keep on your warm-causing devices.
Well, you offered to open the door.
Door,
It's closing.
door,
It's
door,
closing.
don't you dare, door! It decided to close anyway. I guess we'll die.
You mean it didn't listen to your logical Ian speech about why it shouldn't close?
My logical Ian speech?
Yeah.
Bruh.
You've already apologized to me once.
Wait.
You've already apologized to me once. Now, go ahead and open it.
Sorry.
So
Narble
gross.
encouraged. Ian slowly reached for the box's metal lid, hesitating before he touched it as though it could bite him. Ian had never taken kindly to gifts from his father, because one bit him in the face. Once his father had given him a snake! Bless me! As a joke! And Ian had instantly hidden his room as his father laughed.
Oh, for gosh sake, you don't need to be so dramatic. Just open the darn thing.
Narble cried impatiently, throwing open the lid to reveal the finest satin cushioning. Where did he get this? Upon which sat the most exquisite dagger Ian had ever seen. Ian gasped, viewing the unreal beauty of the blade. It was an unnaturally shiny silver metal. How much you want to bet there will be werewolves later? Probably. No, I don't know. Sharp on both sides of its 7-inch blade. Ian examined himself in the reflection on the blade as he touched the intricate handle, which had a concretely firm grip made from a fine black leather. It also had an inscription along one side of the blade in Elfish. Who spells with a fish? With which Ian could not read.
Also, I'd like to make a comment. I think it's funny that the father's "I'm sorry for throwing a knife at you" gift is a knife. So
oh no, you're right. That's awful.
It either seems
really not
threatening
smart.
or like, here, murder me with this child who will resent me very much.
Wow.
So that's just very.
How tone deaf could you possibly be?
Did my father make this? Ian asked, amazed.
Doubt it. Your dad was good, but he never were that good. This knife is great at... This knife is great Elvish stuff. It don't put out in a hurry, neither.
The spelling of Elvish has changed now.
I just wanted to make sure I covered both my bases. I got it right at least one of the times. Probably.
Well, I must say it's more than a comparable replacement for my old knife.
Who says comparable?
Thank
It's
you.
comparable. Incomparable chocolate.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm kidding. I'm just
I
messing
sometimes
around.
I read words and I don't actually remember what words are as I read them.
I just read that as thank your poop.
I think we both read words and we don't know what we're reading.
I can't unsee it now.
Thank your pop. He gave it to you. I just delayed it by about 7 years, is it?
8. But don't mention it. I think considering what I did to you, you still have the worst side of the deal, Ian pointed out, motioning to Narble's foot, which a rat was now chewing on.
Why?
You're darn right about that.
Commented Narble bitterly, kicking the rat out into the road, where a hungry stray cat pounced on it.
This world is just so savage.
Holy murder! This is like whatever that scene was in Star Wars where like that frog thing in front of Jabba's palace was just like
Oh, yeah.
rah, and just ate a thing and then something else ate it or something. Just
Yeah.
murder constantly. It's a murder eat murder world. It's an elegant weapon of a more civilized age. Hey, how's it going, fangirl?
Hello.
So were y'all, or what are y'all on when you wrote this, naming characters Narble? You know, I don't know. It's not the worst name I've ever heard. It's bad.
Why did I start it from this end?
Are you okay?
I guess that's fine. I just really don't know why I did that.
You're being creative.
I am.
Green is not a creative color, but.
Oh no.
So I don't know. No, they've killed Jerry. What? No, Jerry the mouse.
Jerry!
I forgot. Tom finally got him.
I read a post that said they were like, it was some person from like France or something, and they were in America for some reason, and they didn't know, like they knew English, but they were staying in a hotel, and there was like a mouse in their room, and so they called the front desk, but they forgot the English word for mouse, and so they just said, hey, you know Tom and Jerry? And Jerry's here.
I love it. I'm sorry.
Funny.
Ian sighed sadly as the starving cat shredded the rat. Then he looked across the grimy street to where an old woman was trying to calm a sick infant that had been born without a hand as well. Oh boy. Well, this is a really sad world. Seconds later, a man leaped upon the cat with a sack, no doubt trying to get a hold of some meat. Oh boy.
I'll still cook you.
Ian shook his head at the sad, desperate world around him. Oh, he's aware of it. Alright. I was really trying to hammer home the point that everything stinks! Life is bad!
I think we got that.
Yep. So, where are you off to next? Narble asked as Ian took the knife and slipped it into the sheath on his belt. Ian hesitated for a moment, then replied hastily.
Do you care?
No, I really don't, but I'm curious. You're going to ease, aren't you?
Narble asked. Ian thought for a moment before answering, feeling his cheeks flush slightly.
Yes, Ian admitted with a sigh. I didn't want to tell you so you would not assume anything untrue. I'm just going to say goodbye. Ian replied, a catch in his voice.
Okay, so I guess she's gonna die.
Narble felt his hardened heart melt just a little.
Whose perspective is this told
I
from?
don't know. That was weird. It's omnipresent, omnipotent, I don't know.
Omniscient.
That's the word I was looking
narrator.
for. And for a moment, he again saw the young inventor Ian had been all those years before. Narble nodded understandingly, a sad grimace on his face. Then Narble looked at Ian right in the eye.
But they aren't untrue assumptions.
Narble argued softly, his voice taking on a different tone than it had in a long time. Ian looked away from Narble's face, finding something about the toe of his boot to interest his eyes.
You know we're right, Ian. That's why it annoys you.
Ian just stood there for a moment, thinking as he leaned against the shop wall.
I really hadn't given it much thought until now. Ian
Press
confessed
X'd it out.
slowly. Still staring at the ground. I always just assumed that females were from the devil.
Holy cow.
And that men were something worse. I never Okay. I never actually considered whether it would be possible for me to forgive any part of my world or to care for something apart from myself. Ian's facial expression slowly lost its normal, ever-present look of anger, replaced by a thoughtful, kind look. I knew I loved the children, but no. Just no, Ian decided, setting his jaw and standing back upright. You cannot be right.
Okay.
It cannot be true.
Bro.
I will succeed where my father failed.
Do you need a hug?
Ian dictated harshly,
Okay.
his face resuming its normal menacing look. Good day to you.
He's had
Ian
some real
finished,
trauma.
turning to go.
Past EJ was not about relationships.
Apparently not.
Yikes. No wonder things backfired for me every time Yeah.
Okay.
I was so paranoid about getting hurt again that I was like, yeah, everything's terrible. And obviously it didn't
Females
go
are from
well.
the devil, and men are something worse.
I kind of like that phrase, actually.
But what is worse than the devil?
I don't know. I liked the unexpectedness of it.
It was very
kind of
unexpected, I'll
like-
give you that.
Yeah, I didn't expect it, and I wrote it. I think Narwhal is an endearing name. I'm rebranding to Narwhal Fan 1872. I love it.
Narwhal.
Shermie says, it's not the worst name I've heard, but then again, it's not a name. Hey, I mean, it is a name. Clearly, it's referring to this man.
All words are made.
An internet... What? All internet names with numbers in them is aesthetic. In my high school dorm, we had mouse encounters all the time. My cat brought me a bunny yesterday. Oh no, that's sad. They trying to kill Tom too. Oh no. Oh dear. By the way, let us know if you can't hear us. It seems like the stream is struggling, so I don't know if you're hearing it all or if it's breaking. It might be just very far behind, I'm not sure.
Fireworks in my brain.
Fireworks in my brain. Did you already say that he's turned to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Ian. Narwhal gently responded in the nicest... Ian. Narwhal gently responded in the nicest way Ian had ever heard him speak. Ian stopped short and slowly turned, never having been one to act rudely.
Okay.
Something makes me doubt that too after like going off on those guys in the forest and like sending them home in shame.
Well, apparently he just gave them a very logical, very calm speech, and was
apparently
just so
he's
logical.
so cool, he's so morally correct, and they were just so morally incorrect that they decided to go away and never come back.
Yeah.
You know I'm the closest thing to your relative. If you ever trusted me or have any respect for me at all, please listen to this advice,
Narwhal pleaded. Ian sidled back to the counter reluctantly, an apprehensive look on his face.
Ian, if you're never going to see her again, at least tell her how you really feel about her. Stop fooling yourself and her. What good does it do you if you aren't fooling anybody else? All you're doing is making yourself miserable. She's been waiting on you for years. That's more commitment than many marriages have. Oh no, that was directly adapted from something some idiot in high school told me.
Oh jeez.
That was just funny. Not gonna go into any more details about that. Narwhal told Ian meaningfully. Ian stared back expressionlessly, hiding his emotions well. Narwhal sighed.
I'm trying to help you be happy. Trust me. You'll never forgive yourself if you just let her go. There are only so many fish in the pond, like they say around here.
Never know you love it till you let it go. And you let it go. That's Ian's song now.
I mean, really, what's it gonna do at this point if she's destined for death?
She will suddenly gain the motivation to run away with him, and they would escape and go on adventures and change the status quo of this depraved land.
Agreed.
And I never said I wanted any of them, Ian replied harshly.
To be fair, your only chance, my good sir, considering everyone else wants you to just die. They're like, wow, that guy, why didn't he just stop eating? He just exists, and that makes me upset. He could die, and that would be good.
But you do, and now you've got one squirming on the line, and if you don't act now, it'll get away. Trust me. You found the right fish, even if you don't know it yet.
Narwhal concluded. Ian's lip had become compressed into the thinnest of lines. And the moment Narwhal had finished, he turned and walked away without a word. Narwhal sighed, hoping he'd done the right thing. Hoping? Hoping. Shumi says, I can't hear you, Kappa. Thanks. They've killed Bugs Bunny. I can't. Yeah, you all sound fine. Thank you. I'm getting conflicting responses here. Alright, that was the first part, even though it was like 7 parts hidden in one because of all the backstory exposition just hidden in there. But alright. Thoughts, comments, concerns, curse words?
Heck. And
How freaking dare. That was terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the parts that are actually telling the story. But we could have done without all of that backstory.
And we could have done without the, like, horrendous perspective on relationship. I mean, I guess being overly damaged and, you know, having weird perspectives, sure. I mean, that's a story element, I guess. I just am embarrassed because it directly relates to me so much. It speaks more about me than the character.
Oof.
Whatever. I have trauma. Don't worry about me. Life under the abusive rule of the Great Dragon was difficult, but bearable with a certain amount of courage. This sounds like backstory.
Oh boy.
At least, that was the way things were in Ian's village. But, I mean, that's kind of... That doesn't give anyone new information. I'm confused. Things were far worse in the nearby villages that were not fortunate enough to have a village shaman. With a wizard around, most of the trolls were too afraid to attack, as well as about half the hobgoblin gangs in the forest nearby. Occasionally, though, there would be a raid by a few of the braver evil forest creatures. Luckily for Ian's village, the wizard was always ready to defend the village, its inhabitants, and the wizard's family against any attack. You could have just said the village. We kind of understand the people in the village are included in that statement. But there was one annual attack of the dragon that affected every village in the entire land. No one could avoid it because it was the law. The law.
Who has made this law?
The dragon, I guess. This
Oh,
attack
okay.
was the dragon's demand for one full-grown human from every village in the area to be sacrificed.
Hunger Games.
For it really is. It's just the Hunger Games. It's unapologetically robbing from that as well, because it just you'll get there.
Oh, okay.
Every village, sacrificed for his delicate tastes, along with miscellaneous livestock and food over the remainder of the year. Every village was to cast votes to decide which person would be selected for the dragon's consumption. Yikes. Every village had a slightly different voting system, but at least it's a democracy. But Ian's village... How has Ian not been killed yet?
I was gonna say that.
How has the witch child not been voted yet? How have both of them survived if it's a voting system? What?
I don't
What
know.
logic does this make? Okay.
Unless there were people that they hated even
What?
more.
People they hated even... Yeah, they're all gone now. We don't talk about them anymore. We don't talk about Bruno. Bruno's dead. I'm sorry.
They killed Bruno.
They killed Bruno. Oh no. They ate him.
Turtle, turtle.
What? Myrtle Turtle is here. Hello.
Hello.
What is this? This is a story I wrote when I was like 16, and I was very edgy.
Oh, so edgy.
Very edgy. And this is the story that I wrote, and it has not been edited. It is a rough draft, and it shows. And it was obviously when I was 16, so that also shows. But, you know, there's some promise, and it's not too bad, but I figured I would read it and give some entertainment value because it was fun. And we already read the novel that I wrote when I was 11, and it was real bad.
Substantially worse.
Real bad. Very bad. Very much bad times.
Very bad.
Yes, not good.
No.
Yes. I enjoyed the fact that we just, like, back and forth so many times. Anyway, so basically what you've missed in the story so far is Ian, definitely not Evan from the previous story, or Ethan from real life. Definitely not a self-insert character when I was depressed and sad. This is Ian, the Edgelord. Both his parents died in a fire after a troll decapitated them, and after Ian's father threw a knife at his head, and Ian chopped off a guy's foot. That's kind of all you missed. The rest is just backstory. There's also a dragon who's, you know, in control of the land, and everyone's oppressed and terrible and stuff, I guess.
No.
And everyone eats each other because it's bad. You know, they eat the cats, the stray cats in the street, and whatever. Okay, so Ian's village had decided that if a man was chosen, he had to be between the ages of 12 and 30. Okay. And if a woman was chosen, she would have to be between the ages of 17 and 28. Okay. Oddly
Right,
specific, slightly different. Sure, why not? The voting happened on the 1st of the month, and every resident of the village that had surpassed the age of 30 was allowed to vote. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Don't let the people who are in the voting pool vote, because then, you know, they just vote someone else, and so they don't die, I guess. I don't know. The wizard would then count the votes. Oh, that's a rigged system. No wonder she's staying alive.
Wait, what did it say? I zoned out for one
The
second.
wizard would be the one who
Oh,
counts the
okay.
votes from Ian's village and then come up with the result of who is to be sent.
Totally wasn't my wish
Definitely was not all of the votes, just constantly saying, we hate her. We hate your daughter so much. She needs... Oh, maybe because she was not of the age range. Because they're only allowed to be in it if it's
Because
17.
she, 17.
I probably changed it just
But
specifically.
then why are you alive, Mr. 16-year-old
I
caveman?
don't know. There had only been 13... Wait, what? There had been only 13 votes for Ian this year, which was surprising since only a few people in the village felt bad enough for him to vote for someone else. In truth, most of the few people that didn't despise Ian were the mothers of... There are other teenage girls, and also what? They're mothers of teenage girls Ian's age, because the mothers admired Ian's resolve to survive. I hate this. And they secretly hoped he might someday be a
dear.
good husband.
Oh no.
Great. Yeah, sure. That's for surely, definitely. Yep. Okay.
Go marry that caveman daughter.
The game! So apparently there are other people this age. I did not realize that that was a thing in this world, but I guess it makes sense. Ian, of course, shared none of these thoughts and had just been glad not to be sent off to the dragon for the dragon's bloodlust. In the first year, he had become eligible. In the past, he had received... I mean, the parents of the children he helps keep alive would also hopefully be thankful, but whatever. In the past, he had received many more votes, but I guess there was always someone else that was executed instead. But this year, Ian only got 13 votes, and all the rest of the votes, every single one of them had been for Ia. Bruh.
Jeez.
They really hated her. It was her first year in the voting, for she would have otherwise been sent off many years ago. But she had now reached the minimum age to be voted for, and all the village had pounced on the opportunity to destroy... Wow, they're just really wanting to upset that poor wizard guy. I burped. They knew that neither Ian nor the wizard could overrule the law of the land, and therefore could not save her. They knew that they had irreversibly sent Ia to her doom. Oh, they all conspired. They all were like, hey, let's all vote for her. Except a couple people who can vote for Ian because we hate him too. Everyone hates us. We're so sad. The results had been announced in the town square a day later than usual. The wizard had seemed deeply grieved. I wonder why to have to relinquish his daughter to the dragon, but he knew the rules. No re-elections. Okay. The wizard also knew that it was a serious offense to flee the village if one was chosen to be fed to the dragon. If Ia left the dragon would surely come and demolish the entire village. So the wizard had been forced to call Ia up to the stand and congratulate the stunned girl on her honorable selection, as he was forced to follow the ceremonial procedures given by the dragon.
The dragon.
Does he have spies to ensure that they say specific words to the person that they're gonna kill? Like, yes, you have been chosen, honored as a child of Thanos. I'm sorry.
Holy noodle. He's
Yes.
there.
I can't brain.
Good to know.
Yes, okay. Let's, villagers. Yeah! Nice. Shroomy says, how unfortunate. Their parents died in fires. Dang, you baldared them? I don't know what that means. Villagers are in a silly, goofy mood, and they all vote the main character. Hey, Greg, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Hey, and also Foster's here. Everyone's here all of a sudden. Where did these people come from? He said, bro, what? My jaw dropped. Like, I am a Gappa Bend. What? I think someone's gonna volunteer as tribute.
Oh boy.
I don't think it quite went that far. Alright, anyway. Blah blah blah. The troll guards were to arrive to pick up the chosen meal in 2 days. The day of the announcement had been but yesterday, but it felt like an eternity ago to Ian. Ia had been chosen. She was as good as dead already. Ian had fought with his emotions for hours, unable to hunt or do anything the day the announcement was given. Instead, he just found his parents' final resting place, the place he always went when he had something to grieve about. He had remained there all night, and now Ian was a walking vessel? filled to the brim with miseries and despairs.
Wow.
The pit of despair.
Don't even try to escape.
Ian tread carefully and softly to avoid bringing about more hunger pains as he made his way quickly to the nicest house in the village, the only one that resembled a stone tower more than it resembled a lean-to. Ian stopped just short of the door, debating whether to say farewell. Debating whether to say farewell at all. What good would it do? Would it only upset them both? It would only give Ian's mind another bittersweet memory to chew upon once Io was gone. Ian shook his head, trying to clear his mind, but it was already too late. Ian had thought too much, and his emotions had finally escaped the confinement Ian had kept them in for so long, as evidenced by the current watering of his eyes, by a flow of thick tears from deep within the darkest parts of his soul. Wow, really leading into the... Alright, sure. Very edgy. Very, very edgy. Ian quickly tried to dry his eyes before anyone noticed him, rubbing his face with his coat sleeve, but the tears returned as quickly as Ian could eradicate them. Ian gave up and quickly walked to Ia's door, knowing that inside he could only be made a fool of in front of 3 people. What? Oh, inside he could only be made of a fool of in front of 3 people as opposed to everyone outside. Ian knocked softly 3 times on the door, then tried again a little louder when no one responded. Suddenly, before Ian had even finished knocking, the door was wrenched open violently to reveal Ia, who was in tears of distraught emotions. Oh boy.
I knew it would be you. I didn't even need a check, Ia commented with a weak smile.
You didn't think it was a villager that might stab you in the face? Actually, I guess that would bring the dragon to torture town, so yeah, that's a bad idea.
With a weak smile that utterly failed to mask the underlying distress clearly emanating from her entire being, Ian felt whatever shattered fragments that remained of his heart break yet again as he looked at the red lines that ran from the bottom of Ia's eyes to her chin. Why are there red? Is she crying blood? What the heck?
No, just, red tear lines.
Okay.
I assume.
Assume. Ian thought desperately for something to say that could comfort her, but it seemed that any words he could say were pitifully inadequate to express his remorse effectively. Ian and Ia just looked at each other for a moment, realizing that this would most likely be the last time they were ever together. Ian looked at his feet for a moment, then looked back up, uncertain.
I've entirely lost the place. Where are you?
Second paragraph.
Where?
At the beginning.
Where?
At the beginning of the second paragraph.
Sorry, I was looking down here. I was like, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? You were up there the whole time. That would explain my part.
Is there even anything to say? Ian asked sadly. Ia waited for a moment, thinking, then shook her head, and advanced upon Ian quickly.
Oh no! Where is this going?
Before Ian could react,
oh no!
he felt Ia's arms around him, her head below his chin at she's huggable height, as she quietly cried into his chest.
Okay.
Ian was so taken aback that he instantly tried to recoil,
Bruh.
and then nearly fell out into the street.
Bruh, part 2.
Ian, however, kept their balance and then stiffly stood there for a moment, awkwardly wondering how to respond.
I am Plankman. I am Scarecrow.
But after a few seconds of listening to Ia's muffled sobs, Ian could no longer stand it, and he returned to Ia's prolonged, tight yet gentle hug in the same fatherly attitude that he had when he tried to watch out for the street children. That's
Street
a little weird.
rat.
In compassion, there. Why is that?
What?
In compassion, period.
What? Where?
It's just in the middle of that paragraph.
In compassion.
Yeah, right there. It's just.
What? Okay, that's a very, very short sentence, I guess. Just specifying. It is.
Just in case you thought it was to like.
It's specifying what that attitude is, I guess.
Okay.
That kind of attitude.
Their embrace was warm.
Not romantic. It is only compassionate. He only is
fatherly
sad.
compassion.
Yes, that's kind. Such denial, maybe. I don't know.
Their embrace was
or maybe
warm,
he's
but
just
sad.
so broken that he's incapable of actual, more than that. Whatever.
Their embrace was warm but sad, and and very tight, as though clinging to each other could protect them from everything the world could throw at them. Unfortunately, after a moment, it became evident that the people on the street thought that the embrace was because of more than just sorrow.
Who are these people that are always... Why does everyone care about these people so much? Just stab them if you're going to, okay? Oh, lordy.
as they began to stare and point at this seeming show of affection.
Why are they staring and pointing? Who does that? Nobody does that in real life. Never.
Ian embarrassedly tried to free himself from Ia's grasp, but she didn't want to relinquish her hold upon him, so he gently escorted her inside and shut the door instead. Oh, that's her. I'm sorry, Ian. Ia told Ian as they both sat down.
2 sacrifices in a room. They might kiss. Bruh. Tears have colors in this universe. Confirmed! Different colored tears indicate different personality. Oh no.
Boy.
Blood tears sounds very scary though. It's pretty far back in the chat now, but McKay, what are you working on?
Oh, I'm making little crosses. They're like plastic canvas, and then I yarn cross stitch them, and they go to the prayer shawl ministry at a church that I used to go to, that my grandma goes to, and they make scarves and blankets and stuff for people in the hospital and people in nursing homes, and then they attach these little crosses, and they like probably put a note or something, and yeah, they give them to people. And so I don't actually go to that church, and I don't actually go to the prayer shawl ministry meetings, but I make the little crosses for them. So that's what I'm doing.
Do you do it because it's fun, or just something to do, or because I need it, or what?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that my hands can just be doing while I'm like watching TV or doing this or at church or something. So it's nice to just have a little project. Because unlike Mom, I don't constantly have a crochet project because I just don't have that much inspiration. And it's good to use up all my little scraps of yarn that I would never use for anything else. So yeah, it's kind of fun, and it's helpful, and ID asked me to, so I was like, okay.
Cool. Are you the only one who does this at this point because you make so many, or are there other people that
I
do
think so. I mean, I haven't done this in like over a year. But she just randomly asked me again, and she's like, oh, we really need more of these, and I was like, okay. So that's what I've been working on.
Neat. That's mad cute.
Aw, thank you guys. Okay, where are we?
I guess there. Maybe
Okay.
top.
I'm sorry, Ian. Ia told Ian.
Why did I choose these names?
This is the worst. As
I
they
hate
both
it.
sat down on a wooden bench, which was comfortably furnished with feather pillows. Ia had still not let go of Ian, and if anything, had only become more desperate. She was shaking, shivering as she sobbed. Ian then hugged her more tightly to show support. To show support, specifically! But he still felt completely out of place.
Oh.
The wizard.
Ah, yes, the old wizard. Now I need a different old voice that's distinctly not the same as Narble. Okay. Ian, is that you? Said the voice of the old wizard
Uh-oh,
as he
sounds
came
like
down.
Merlin. Uh-oh.
Kinda does, yeah. Said the voice of the old wizard as he came down the stairs to investigate the sound of the door having opened. Ian was faced with a dilemma of whether to let go of Ia and possibly hurt her feelings, or to continue supporting her and completely
Classic main
embarrass
character,
himself in
just
front of the wizard.
overthinking every tiny gesture that nobody else would possibly care about.
We get to tell the story from inside his head, so well, except when we suddenly jump into Narvel's head. So, so we get
Maybe
to.
Ian
What?
is Edward Cullen from Twilight. He can read people's minds.
Let's not think about that. In front of the wizard, Ian eventually decided to stay by his crying friend as her father arrived in a richly furnished room. "Ah, I thought it would be you," the wizard announced, smiling upon Ian and his daughter. Ia stopped herself from crying quickly and turned her head to face her father, still keeping her cheek pressed to Ian's heart. Okay.
Specifically his heart.
Just right there, yes. You trying to figure out if he's alive? The wizard choked Ia. She swallowed nervously, removing herself from his embrace. She stole a glance at Ian, looked away, then looked again in surprise upon realizing what she'd seen.
Oh my gosh.
What happened to his face?
Ian,
Did he
your
die?
face is as
Bruh.
red as an apple.
What?
Ia laughed upon seeing the effect
I took
of
everything
Ian's
a
extreme
little too
discomfort.
seriously back then.
It is. Ian asked, looking at the
I'm
mirror
so
in the room.
edgy, but I'm not showing it.
He turned back with a small smirk. Well, I'm glad that such a thing can bring you joy at a time like this, Ian responded. Ia cast her eyes downwards after this statement, reminded
I know,
her of her
Myrtle.
imminent devourment. I'm so sorry, Ian whispered after another moment of silence.
So scandalous.
It isn't your fault. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Oh wait, that's not.
Oh,
that's him.
That's the
Sorry.
wizard, isn't it? It isn't your fault. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Even I can't save her from this with my magic, the wizard butted in, sitting down in a chair across the room from the bench. Ia gave her father a look of despair. Ian sighed. All we can do is help Ia through her last day comfortably, I'm afraid, her father commented sadly. Imagine being that kind of a dad. Wow.
There's something just not right about this. Probably the fact that you're sacrificing
Yeah,
a teenager to a dragon.
Or sacrificing anyone, you know.
Ian pointed out, trying
Just
to look away
Can't,
from
can't
the
we, like,
wizard's
stab the
piercing
dragon
eyes.
and just stab him up real good? Has
Yeah,
anyone tried that?
Shoot a special arrow at him.
You're a wizard. Can't you, like, take an eagle taxi to the dragon
Eagle
and be like,
taxi.
hey, you shall not pass? And then he'd be like, oh, yeah,
Okay,
I
I guess
can.
so.
Yeah, exactly. It's a stick. I have a stick. Yeah, okay, I guess so. And then he leaves.
Why doesn't the dragon eat some of the
I'm
trolls?
wheezing.
Why doesn't the dragon eat some of the trolls? They're bigger and have more meat on them. So why does he want to eat humans?
Fair enough. Okay, but cliche wizard voice number 2 is so on point. Thank
yeah.
you. I appreciate it. According to the dragon, they don't taste as good, but I think the dragon might be scared that a troll revolt could be the death of him. There are a lot more trolls in the mountains than there are people, and trolls are big and tough and fireproof, unlike us humans.
Well, how did the dragon seize control in the first place?
He's a dragon.
He rebelled against the existing government, rose above and conquered it, then established a new order, right? So, Ian was cut off by the wizard's angry snap.
He rebelled? As in, the dragon rebelled? The dragon was a citizen originally? How does this work? The backstory didn't quite give enough details on that. I'm confused. Ian was cut off by the wizard's angry snap. If you're suggesting a rebellion, I'd recommend that you change your mind, young man. I was there when the dragon first took over, all those years ago. Wasn't it like 70 years ago or something? I guess it could be 70. I don't know.
I think it was
He's an
50
old father, though.
or something.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you're right. 50. I was part of the very first resistance organization, but even with my training from the elves, there was no stopping that dragon, let alone his armies of horrid beasts. It was hopeless, and I ended up failing my friends, and our entire town was destroyed because of our rebellion. I'm not willing to let that happen again.
But father, he's right, Ia replied, giving Ian a kindly sideways look. If we don't begin something to give others the courage to join us, the dragon may never come down from his place of power. But we have the bravery to begin a fight, and others have to answer our call to arms.
Ia, he's wrong, the wizard retorted angrily. There can be no more discussion on the issue. I will not allow my village to suffer the same fate as my old home. I could not bear to fail these people, too. The wizard trailed off. Revolutionary dragon. The dragons are coming! The dragons are coming!
Oh boy.
I was there 3,000 years ago when Isildur was a frickin' dork. I showed up York.
Ah! But she is right, Ian continued Ia's thought. If every human in the land rebelled all at once, there's no way the dragon could keep them all under his control.
I mean,
He'd either need to
fly,
kill them
fire.
all, or surrender as they defeated his creatures. And if he killed them all, he would have no more slaves and his entire system would collapse. It would even be better for the humans if they were dead rather than living through this torturous state of living hell.
No! The wizard shouted, rising from his chair and leaning imposingly toward Ian and Ia. Okay, scaring your daughter. Good job. She's about to die. They shrunk back. Even if every human in the land, including those too young to fight, were to assemble and take up arms, we could never even break the first line of the goblin army and troll army, and let alone defeat them, especially if the forest imps also took their side. And all of mankind would fall, he cried, turning away and leaning on his staff. Ia looked at Ian for direction. He shrugged. After a moment, Ian spoke again.
This looks like an Avengers level threat.
We are usually of such the same mind.
But
You are moving my papers, Mobius!
No,
Mobius!
important.
Stormy and Luna are here. Hello, buddy.
Both of you?
Come on,
Hello, friend.
come on. If you're gonna get your fur all over my sweaty hands, do it now. What? You look like you want my attention, and you're not gonna actually come up here? He was looking the other way, and then McKay put her hand on his head, and he went. It was like the cat that.
That was so
The
dramatic.
Mario hat. Good stuff.
Ooh, Ethan typed the hell word, says Shirley. 3 if by dragon. 1 if I land, 2 if I see.
Yes, exactly.
That's funny.
Is that a little dragon emoji? Oh, I love it. That's so cute. I didn't know that was existence.
But I have been through the forest many times. There are very few hobgoblins and imps in these parts, judging by their tracks.
What? Sorry, what's going on? I lost track of everything.
I said,
Okay.
but I've been through the forest many times. There are very few hobgoblins and imps in these parts, judging by their tracks.
Most of them are still in their caves at this time of year, the wizard replied dismissively.
But this is not just a time of year. This has been this way for quite some time. Think of it, the last rebellion we know of was 20 years ago. The dragon keeps the majority of his evil creatures with him in the mountains. I think he has been a little too confident lately. His security is lacking.
First of all, how do you know that he usually keeps the majority of his evil creatures with him in the mountains? You live on the other side of the continent. Second off, you live in a cave. What do you know about battle strategy? You're just trying to save this girl, and you know nothing about what you're talking about. But sure, I mean, yeah, it is a fair point that, you know, everyone living kind of in slavery, getting eaten slowly is not too good, and you hate your life, so, I mean, you got nothing to lose. But other people, maybe they do have something to lose, and you're gonna kind of, like, mess with their vibe.
Say hi to Myrtle, she wants
He
to
is
see.
so cute. Such cute boy. Oh, I love him.
He big now.
He big.
Myrtle said, how is Stormy? I've not seen him since he was a wee baby. He's not a wee baby no more.
He's large,
He's
baby.
big boy.
Big baby.
He's still pretty tiny, but he's a big boy now.
He's cute. He's cutesies.
I love you.
He's a Loki.
Yes, he's a Loki variant.
He looks a little bit annoyed.
I'm sorry, I just love you. I heard cats like it when you brush them with a wet toothbrush. Oh, I've heard that too. Reminds them of their mother's tongue. Oh, would that
Interesting.
remind you didn't have a mother until, well,
I
up
just
until...
want people to love me, but they always run away from me.
Oh, you poor baby.
Misha and Luna hate me. They won't want to play with
I
me.
know, they're so mean, aren't
They
they?
hiss at me every day,
I know.
so I attack them.
It's
not the other
poor
way around.
baby.
He says, I'm slipping.
I love you, baby. He
Uh,
wants to be freedom.
No, they are here. Somewhere. Believe me, I know. I study such things with my magic.
Then you would know if they were. Then you would know if they were here.
he just said he knows. He studies. Okay.
I still say it's wisest to attempt something now before our people die off from starvation.
You
chimed
think
in
you are
with the
wiser
haven't
than
you
me?
people ever heard of? Closing the gosh dang door.
I will close.
It's just closed.
As leader of this town, I forbid it. Life under the dragon is not so terrible, believe me. It would not be better if everyone were dead. The existence as a spirit after death is not a very pleasurable experience. Believe me, I know,
Okay.
apparently. You always feel the pain you felt just before your death. You cannot be seen or heard except by those very wise and powerful, like me. I'm kidding. You are but a fading shadow of what you once were, and you are seldom happy. Or at least that's what I've heard, but there are few who can actually speak with the spirits. That could be just a legend.
Gee, thanks for the strange backtracking exposition-y kind of nonsense.
Father, how can you say that life under the dragon is not so terrible? I'm going to. I truly believe that some of these people would choose a painful death by the sword than to live and slowly die as they watch their emaciated children fade from exhaustion. Ask the spirits of the dead if you can see them. Ask their advice, Ia continued to argue. The wizard looked at Ia strangely then. He stared questioningly for a moment before he continued. Do I see my son? Says Shirley. Yes, you do. Myrtle says, the baby, the big baby.
My
I
little
remember
boy.
how he attacked hand and I could use only hand to fight back easily. Yes, he was baby. Jaina says, oh, I love... Sorry, I can't read. Oh, I love black cats. I know, they're so cute.
Cats really do be throwing hands with
They
furniture.
do. Throwing claws.
Okay. So wizard seem confuse.
Starving? Exhausted? What are you talking about here? Life is good here. And do not be silly. You know I am not skilled enough to see the spirits.
I can't tell if that's supposed to be a my lord or a my lord.
I think it's a my. I don't know. It could be either, but I think it's a more of a my lord. Are you a
Okay.
freaking idiot?
My lord, do you not know of the troubles that are abundant outside of the walls of your tower? Ian asked, aghast.
Troubles?
Is he really that dumb?
Apparently so. He doesn't go outside all
Wow.
that much. I do remember what happens though. So
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Oh, did you finish that line?
it was just troubles. We got trouble. Oh yeah. Ian and Ia exchanged glances.
I thought you were the leader of the village.
I thought you cared. You don't care about us.
I thought you were always watching over the whole village, helping where you could with your magic, Ian questioned.
I do. I use my magic to see what is outside the walls of my study chamber. I have not seen such troubles as those of which you speak.
Father, the village is in horrible shape. The people are on the brink of extinction.
You have not told me these things. My magic tells me that the village is thriving. How can what you say be true?
Father, look outside for the first time in apparently like 10 years. The
You have
world-
really vivid wallpaper, my good sir. That is in fact not the outside.
The world is a decrepit, horrible place. You need to accept that, Ia pleaded with her father. The wizard stood, his brow furrowed. He walked to the door and stopped.
I have not so much as stepped outside this house in
20 years!
There's your problem, sir.
The closest I've come is when I stand on the balcony to announce the votes, or when I opened the door to Ia's knocking the day she was attacked.
The wizard thought aloud, taking a deep breath and opening the door. After a moment of staring, he began to laugh. He turned back to Ia and Ian with a hearty smile on his face.
You two really got me good, I tell you.
He laughed, closing the door. Such pranksters. Why,
Stop. Ian cut him off standing. This isn't a joke.
what? Oh,
What?
the wizard asked, suspicious. Ian walked over to the door and threw it open.
What do you see? Ian demanded of the wizard. The wizard cautiously looked outside, then looked back at Ian. Tell me.
Your booty bot. Oh!
Just shiny.
Very well. I see a cobblestone path leading through the street. The well-kept shops are stocked with wonderful things. There are children playing in that grassy field.
Stop, Ian said again.
And over
Closing
there I
his
see
eyes
my
in
Aunt
frustration.
Marge floating above the...
Sorry.
See that woman over there? What do you notice about her? Ian asked, pointing at an old hag that was hobbling down the street.
Oh, no wonder people hate him.
The
Calling
wizard
them old
screwed up
hags.
his face in confusion. Ian walked over as the wizard began his description.
Well, that one has a young, happy face, is wearing a new, shiny dress, and has a basket filled with clean linen.
Are you okay?
He is not.
No, father. Ia stopped him sadly. That woman is 70 years old, looks anything but happy, has gnarled fingers and a
Gnarled.
crooked back from too much work, is
Looks
dressed
like me.
in old rags, and has a rickety basket packed with weeds. Weed.
I'm sorry. She's Ghost Moon. She's Ghost Moon, but a human.
Oh my gosh. She is standing in the deep mud of the dirt street between the old rundown shops, and there are no playing children anywhere, let alone a grassy meadow for them to frolic in. Father, something is wrong with your sight.
What?
The wizard replied, angrily whirling to Ia as though she had just insulted him.
Did something cast a spell on you? Ian asked, backing away from the wizard and drawing his new knife in self-defense. The wizard blinked, realizing something.
That was my acting for that.
I hadn't thought to take a charm antidote. I hadn't even had an inkling that I might have been under a spell, since I'm so in tune with magic. I just assumed that I was invincible to deception.
The wizard said, walking over to a nearby cabinet. He threw it open, causing the old hinges to squeak loudly, then began to rummage through the many bottles of potions stored in the wall-mounted wooden storage place. Why?
Wall-mounted wooden storage place.
You could have just said cabinet. Why did you... Why? Why? You said cabinet before. That doesn't mean you're not allowed to say the same word again. I mean... Wall-mounted wooden storage place. It's like someone just went on thesaurus.com and tried to find any way to describe it other than... Okay. Ah, the wizard said, pulling out a small glass vial which was filled with a little bit of pink paste. Pepto-Bismol.
Oh, nice.
Ian and E exchanged glances as the wizard popped off the top and downed the remainder of the bottle. He swallowed and recapped the lid, then made a sour face. Oh, those berries had definitely begun to ferment. Oh, I believe this antidote may have been far beyond its prime, the wizard complains, examining the label on the bottle. Well, no wonder, this bottle's nearly 15 years old. But it should still work, I hope, the wizard reasoned, closing his eyes as his feet began to shake.
His feet began to shake?
Just like shaking earlier. The wizard quivered for a moment, then relaxed again, opening his eyes. Let's hope for the best, he said, walking back to the door. Oh my, he said sadly upon looking outside. I'll admit that you two are... You had me in the first half. You two are right. Things look bad out there. How long have things been this way? He asked, his brow furrowing.
Things have been this way since before I was born, Ian replied. Before you even arrived.
Well, ain't that a potato salad sandwich?
Yep.
So he moved here and built a house and didn't notice the whole time that things were bad?
I mean, I get why people hate him now.
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Everything is totally bad.
I guess it makes sense why they wanted to really kill his daughter.
Really
They're
kill
just,
her.
like, murderous murder.
I wonder what she told her dad about them wanting to kill her. She just was like, oh yeah, people want to kill me for no reason, and he just didn't question that.
He's just like, yeah, you, don't go outside anymore. How has it never come up in conversation with his daughter about the world being bad? Maybe he just always misheard her. He was just like, oh, yes, you're saying that things are great? Oh, that's great. And she's like, yeah, no, I got almost murdered today. And he's like, oh, that's
wonderful, honey.
I'm so glad that they're taking an interest in you. And she's like, what? No, Dad, no. Stop.
Not what I want.
Oh, boy. How has she not noticed that he's out of touch with reality?
My sister's cat likes to sleep on her squishmallows. That's adorable.
Oh.
Silver says, I left to clean something. What have I missed? Last I remember was Old Man Narvel. Well, we went to Ia's house because she's going to be sacrificed to the dragon because they have like a Hunger Games style annual sacrifice where you vote on someone for the village that you want to die. And so the people voted for Ia. And so she's going to be sacrificed tomorrow. And so Ian went to her house to be like, hey. And she started sobbing and she hugged him. And then now her dad is here. And they were telling him, this is so terrible. The state of the village is awful. We're sacrificing people to dragons. Everything is terrible.
Hey.
And the wizard was like, what do you mean? Things aren't terrible. And they're like, yeah, it literally is. Look outside. So we looked outside, but he saw things as like really great. And they were like, you're literally crazy. This is like, everyone's sad and depressed and dying. And he's like, what? And so he drank some fermented Pepto-Bismol. And now he can see the truth. And that's where we're at right now.
The solution to being crazy is drinking fermented Pepto-Bismol.
Oh yes. Hi, Stormy.
You cute boy. Why are you trying to play with my charger?
There's string bits in my nose.
String bits? Stormy, you are stepping on the keys. You are stepping on the keys. Thankfully, I don't have permission to be able to edit this document, so I cannot change it if I wanted to.
Fangirl says, Ayo, what drugs is this man on?
Pepto-Bismol, obviously.
Myrtle says, this wizard is empty-headed, no thoughts.
Yes, poor guy.
Silver said, I just realized a wizard doesn't realize he's under a spell. A wizard! And is told by someone who is not one. How can they immediately assume it's a spell? Stormy, I can't see the chat.
You know, I don't know. I guess when you're an idiot, you're an idiot. So obviously, this is a result of me not having planned the story. So I was kind of making it up as I went along. And at the beginning, I was like, oh yes, things are terrible. But then I was like, wait, why did the wizard not fix it? Oh, clearly he was under a spell. So
clearly,
yeah. So I obviously hadn't gone through and edited the rough draft as I was coming up with things, and I have a bunch of notes that haven't been smoothed out and fully logikified. So yeah, it's a bit confusing, but that's what we're going with for now. That's clearly the reason. Stormy, why are you just being a terror? To stop! It's paper. It's paper. Leave it be.
I want to eat things.
It is paper. You do not like paper. I mean, you like everything.
He says you eat paper.
You are going to lick my chin? No.
Shermie says, son!
He's so cute. Wizard on fire. This is fine. Pepto-Bismol wine for all your deception spell needs.
Oh, yeah. Hi, my baby.
You're such a cute boy.
I love you.
emojis that looks like a keyboard, a horse, and a very dark camera that I can't see against the dark background.
You are a boy.
Oh, he went. He's like, stop.
Stop this.
Okay. Furry hands. Oh boy.
Boy.
I'm becoming a furry.
No.
I'm now 20% furry.
20%.
I don't know what percentage that means. What are we doing? Who am I? Where are we?
I think we're at the top of the page.
Am I a wizard?
You're a wizard, Harry.
Oh yeah, okay.
You mean my efforts didn't help the village? Over the past 8 years since I first arrived here, I have seen gradual improvements because of my efforts, slowly building up the happy place I thought this village was.
The only improvement you brought was the fear of goblins and trolls to attack. Things have been this way for many years, Ian responded coldly.
That is troubling. I must have been charmed long ago, back when I first built this house. But it should have worn off. A charm that weak does not last forever.
The wizard protested, pacing up and down the room. Ia closed the door as a small thud was heard from above. Ian, Ia, and the wizard slowly looked up to the ceiling, where the chandelier now swung slightly.
Mother? He yelled questioningly.
Yes! A woman's voice called from somewhere, sounding to be upstairs.
Did you just fall? Ia continued.
No!
Why
I don't know! A voice replied slowly.
Who's speaking right now?
My son is curious.
Oh, the wizard.
Leave him be.
You do be curious. Be a little mischief boy.
Mm-hmm. I'm good, baby.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
Get down. I see what has happened. Though it is a small, stupid, and pointless matter to those untrained in the way of... What?
What?
Get down. I see what has happened. Though it is a small, stupid, and pointless matter to those untrained in the way of warriorship, this could be dangerous.
The wizard warned, determinedly staring at a spot on the ceiling. Ia edged closer to Ian, who still held his knife uncertainly as the wizard lifted his staff. Oh, he has a staff. Pointing it menacingly at a faint shadow that Ian had previously not noticed. The wizard took a step forward, slowly, then took another. Suddenly, the shadow quickly skittered across the ceiling, making a slight scraping sound as it moved. The wizard yelled, brandishing his staff to keep the shadow at bay as it scampered around the chandelier. The wizard was approaching the spot above Ia and Ian? Oh, yeah, sorry. I got confused because I thought it said the wizard, and I was like, how did the wizard get on the ceiling?
Spider-Man.
The shadow was approaching the spot above Ia and Ian, but the wizard had other ideas. He shouted a magic incantation, Huskina Fungula! And a sphere of flames flew from his staff and exploded right on top of the shadow creature, probably going to cause the ceiling to collapse on his daughter and kill them all.
Oh,
Good
boy.
job. A horrid screech of anguish was heard as part of the ceiling cracked, and the shadow creature fell from the ceiling to the floor with a thud. No, that wasn't so bad, was it? The wizard asked happily, twirling his staff and looking pleased with himself, apparently assuming that his spell had dealt the death blow.
And then the shadow said, yeah, okay, I guess so.
And then it eats them all.
Yeah. Ian? Ia breathed in Ian's ear from behind him as the smoke and dust began to clear, revealing that the creature was not dead.
Good
not
job.
even nearly dead.
What?
The
How is
invisible
you're not even nearly dead.
Mostly dead. The invisible creature let loose a low growl as several razor-sharp teeth and claws appeared, floating in midair, accompanied by a haunting, hovering pair of fiery red eyes.
Shroomy, what's that Pokemon? What's that Pokemon's name?
Ian.
Ghast Boy? Go for
I know what you're talking
Gopher Man?
about. I don't think it's called Gopher Man.
Okay.
Ian clutched his knife harder, backing away and trying to keep himself between Ia and the monster.
Here! Ian! Run!
The wizard yelled in panic. Fun run.
What the heck are you talking about?
Lord of the Beans.
Oh.
Never mind. The wizard yelled in panic as a drop of the creature's saliva fell from a fang and burned a hole in the fur carpet.
This is far worse than I thought, even
not be able to withstand this foe, he called, attracting the creature's attention. Wow, good job. Say, hey, you might be able to defeat me over here. Woo! Attracting the creature's attention for a moment. What? What? What happened?
I don't know why I'm laughing so.
What set you off? No, okay, he's a hairy wizard. She just swallowed it.
Can somebody clip what just made me laugh? How he said, and then we love his wizard speech.
What did I do? I don't know what I did.
You just went, in a wizard voice. I don't know why I'm crying.
Woof, 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 woof. It was like a Delfino Plaza.
What is wrong with me? That shouldn't have been so funny.
I don't know what happened. I'm gonna continue. Ian and Ia backed to the door and threw it open silently as the creature turned back to them angrily. Then another fireball hit the creature in the back of its head and it whirled in anger. The wizard, seeing the minimal effect his magic had taken, turned and charged upstairs, quickly followed by the creature. Ia clutched Ian's hands as they heard a great crash. Ia, run. I mean, you tell me. You're there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know who I am. Ia, run. Ian told her, taking a few feet.
Use a foot!
Taking. Oh, okay. I understand now. Taking her a few feet outside the door, as part of the second-story wall of the tower exploded, sending bits of stone everywhere. A flash of light shot from the hole in the wall as a roar was heard. No, you can't go back and fight it, Ia pleaded desperately.
I have a pokey. I can beat anything. Clearly that's how it works.
I have to. Your father saved me from a troll. I need to try saving him from this thing, Ian replied,
Just
releasing
saying,
Ia's hand.
this is a terrible idea. The
Yeah,
wizard said,
probably.
even I can't defeat this.
He's like,
And
"But
you're like,
on
I
Earth."
have a knife. I just got this knife. It is a nice knife. It will clearly do the job when a fireball won't.
Ian replied, releasing Ia's hand and rushing back into the house,
Maybe.
which was now filled with smoke.
Ghastly? You said you knew what it was, right?
I don't know, I thought I knew what you were picturing, but I don't know what it's called.
Shroomy says, hold up, what Pokemon? He's very far in the past, unfortunately. There's like 2 minutes or more of delay, maybe 3 minutes. But oops,
I hope
that's
someone
because
clips
of bad
what made
internet.
me laugh. If not, I'll just... It's probably not even funny, but it really got me in the moment.
we'll check it out when someone sends the clip.
Where was I? Which was now filled with smoke. Ian made for the stairs, but he didn't even get a chance to finish crossing the room before the stone ceiling gave out and large stones and furnishing fell down from to the first floor, along with the wizard and the horrible pair of eyes. Ian was stunned by another flash of light, accompanied by a large bang. Then he was hit in the head by part of this falling stone floor, and he fell to the ground, enveloped by the dust from...
That was bubbly,
More
I'm sorry.
pieces are blowing up on me again.
I am.
Enveloped by the dust from the fractured stones. Then the pain exploded throughout Ian's legs as an entire bed landed on them and pinned Ian to the ground.
Oh, that's
Ian
fun.
yelled in pain.
Hey,
as
at
he
least
was-
it's better than a gigantic boulder that I can throw 30
That's
feet
true.
up. We're managing our expectations. We're getting down a little better.
Oh yeah.
More realistic.
Ian yelled in pain as he was buried by several more chunks of stone, but
Ow.
he knew he could not give up, so he forced himself to dig his way out of the pile of rock, and the dust swirled above him. He heard a groan from across the room, which he assumed had come from the wizard, and then all Ian could— I love how the wizard doesn't have a name, he's just the wizard.
The wizard.
Um,
Well, what are you supposed to call him? It's his friend's dad.
I don't
He's
know.
just the wizard.
And then all Ian could see was the sharp teeth of the monster above him as he tried to free his arm from the stones. Ian was pinned. Doomed. And the
Uh-oh.
fleeting eyes knew it. Floating eyes, not fleeting. Evidenced by their bloodthirsty excitement.
How can you see the eyes' excitement? Whee!
Ian struggled as the monster then leapt upon Ian.
Oh no.
Ian struggled as the monster
yes.
leapt upon Ian.
Got it. You
His
couldn't
hands-
say him, just the 3 letters exist.
Its hands and claws landed on Ian's chest, forcing his back deeper into the jagged stones. The claws cut deep gashes into Ian's chest, and Ian's breathing
Oh.
heightened. This is a lot of Ian's as he began to sweat.
Is he gonna die? Because I don't know what he's gonna do about this.
Ian dodged a drip of poisonous venom from the leering mouth above him.
Yikes.
The wizard moaned weakly as Ian's eyes widened at the terrifying, toothy sight. Ian tried one last time, at last succeeding in yanking his arm free from the stones with a mighty effort. Ian screamed, swiping at the monster with his knife just as the monster lunged forth to bite Ian's head off. The result was Ian's knife burying itself deep within the monster's invisible body and piercing its heart because of the monster's own weight. Loves an invisible dagger.
Did
An
it.
imaginary one, maybe. But an invisible one, no.
Imaginary ones don't, invisible ones do. Oh, so funny. I was so done with life.
That was really funny.
Silence. Ian best remembered the silence after this deed was accomplished. The monster's vicious roar had been cut short, replaced only by the sounds of Ian's own hard breathing and the faint cries from people outside, wondering what had happened. Ian's throbbing head sounded like the beat of a drum as he gingerly felt the place where the stone had hit his head. Ian then looked down at the dead beast beside him. Black blood still dripped down Ian's knife, but from an invisible source. Ian sighed in relief, pulling free his other arm from the pile of stones. Then he looked at the big, heavy wooden bed that pinned his legs to the ground. Clearly his legs are broken. Oh, that's why the story is called Broken. Imagine he needs a wheelchair for the rest of the story. The bed was immovable, but Ian managed to wiggle himself into a position where he could extract his already bruising legs from beneath the bed. He pulled them free, cringing at the pain, then sat on the rock pile, rubbing his leg painfully. The wizard weakly moaned again.
Oh my gosh, are you alright? Ian asked in concern, crawling over to the wizard who lay face down on the stone floor, bleeding from a bite mark on his neck. The wizard turned his head towards Ian, squinting.
You idiot! I told you to run, didn't I?
The wizard asked as Ian approached on his hands and knees.
Yes, but I couldn't leave you to fight that thing by yourself, Ian replied in shame, reaching for the tablecloth or as a blanket
It's not very snuggly.
to use as a bandage for the wizard's neck. The wound looked bad, and he had an odd tint because of the creature's toxic venom.
You need to get out of here before it comes back. Go protect Ia and never leave her. You hear me? Go!
But
You will not honor the order of an old man. Moreover, the dying request of the village leader who saved you all those years ago. You ungrateful boy child!
forgive me for my
I
ignorance.
hate you so much!
But I slew the beast, Ian reported with a grim smile. The wizard raised an eyebrow, frowning.
You what?
Wait, you couldn't see from across the room?
You can't see a lot of things.
Fair enough. This guy needs glasses.
He does.
Need to invent glasses.
It lies over there, Ian said, pointing to the body of the creature.
It's invisible, fair enough.
Only it wasn't invisible anymore.
Never mind.
The creature had transformed into the body of...
That is no monster.
That is Daffodil? The wizard
flower.
cried in confusion, trying to raise himself to his hands and knees. He instantly collapsed again, gasping for air.
Wait, let me bandage you first, Ian requested, looking at the body in stunned sorrow.
She can't be dead, can she?
The wizard asked
Oh, that's his
slowly,
wife's name. I didn't
gazing
realize
at the
what Daffodil
face-down
meant.
body of his wife in apprehension as Ian did his best at bandaging the wizard's neck.
I
Yep.
don't know, Ian replied as he finished the job.
Heck and rip sauce.
All I did was stab the horrible monster. Ian protested as the wizard quickly crawled over to her. Ian remained where he was, too shocked to come closer.
She is.
The wizard said after a moment of silence. He rolled his dead wife all over, staring sadly at her closed eyes.
You killed her.
The wizard accused tersely as he yanked the elfish knife out of her heart, then turned slowly to face Ian, who now stood back on his haunches, utterly stunned. Bruh, he really does make everything worse. I mean, he tried his best, but man, this one wasn't his fault, but oh man. I mean, really, were any of them his fault? But still, oh man.
Yikes.
Poor guy.
This is
Everyone
like-
hates
This
him.
is like a powder
Just
moment.
every one person's going to hate him, and not a single
To
person
be
will
fair,
remain.
I didn't even know his wife
who does
existed
not.
until like 5 minutes ago, so...
Yeah, I mean, fair. I don't really feel bad for her, but still. I mean, maybe she was a monster the whole time. Maybe Ia really is a witch child. Sounds like an alpha ghastly. EJ predicted alpha Pokemon? I did? I what?
I did? I what?
What do you have? A knife! No! Imaginary is better than invisible? I think
Is
it's the
less
other
than.
way around.
That's what we put.
I'm stupid and I can't see. I'm sorry. I'm a wizard. Once again, I don't know why I'm burping so much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I didn't.
It is okay.
I never. No, Ian protested, thinking that the wizard was about to stab him with his own new knife.
You idiot! You did not have to. Wait. You did not save me from a beast. You killed the wrong living creature and got me bitten. And the real beast is probably eating my daughter now. I saved your life all those years ago so that you could destroy my entire family.
The wizard yelled in anger, his eyes burning with an intense fire with which Ian had never before seen them burn. It was a look of hatred and sorrow.
Your presence just brings evil and destruction. You are a curse on our entire village.
Exactly.
Go away and never return. You are banished from the village. Go!
He cried in a supremely loud voice, more effort with which than I have given. Then losing his composure entirely and collapsing in the rubble, sobbing. Ian's knife clattered down the pile of stones and skidded to a stop by Ian's feet. Ian slowly reached for the knife, which still dripped dark liquid. Couldn't be human blood.
Ian stuttered, still remaining
Sorry,
in
bro.
place, not knowing what else to do. The wizard whirled back around, tears in his fiery eyes.
What are you still doing here? What part of you are banished from the village forever? Don't you understand?
The wizard shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice nearly cracking. Ian was so startled at the volume of the wizard's command, he backed towards the door defensively, still pinching the dripping blade between his thumb and forefinger and holding it out away from himself. He remained there for one last moment, still trying to offer his apologies and help, but the wizard would have none of it. He pointed to the door sternly, and Ian turned to go with a reluctant dragging of his feet.
Go faster!
The wizard yelled, and Ian took off running. Ian ran out the door, into the street, filled with muttering mobs of confused onlookers, and into the woods, without ever looking back. Nobody tried to stop him from leaving the scene of the collapsing, damaged tower. They merely scratched their heads in wonder as they heard an anguished wail of mourning arise from within the house. Well, that took a turn. Thoughts? Drama?
Yeah, it's very...
It really is powder backstory.
Yeah, it really is.
That's a rip sauce. Oh. I'm remembering notes, like plans that I had, and he actually was going to become a villain
That's fun.
temporarily.
I love that. The best characters become villains temporarily.
You right. I don't think I ever got that far. Nowhere near that far, in fact, but it was going to happen. Maybe. And now we have a squiggly word break. Look at all that water. Want to keep going?
Sure.
Okay. Ian barely made it back to his shelter in the woods before his emotions swelled too greatly for Ian to contain.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know how to write things, apparently, to contain any longer. And all the sorrows and guilts that same person. We have not changed the subject. It's the same subject for these. Calm down. That Ian had not allowed himself to fall prey to, deal with, or cry about, finally broke free of the place deep within where Ian had. This is the fourth specification of who we're talking about in the same sentence. Had been suppressing them for so long, rushing forth like a swirling torrent of troubles that began flowing through the tears that streamed down Ian's face.
Oh my goodness.
First of all, that's an incredibly super long sentence. Secondly, I said who we're talking about 5 times in one sentence. Why? That's so unnecessary. There is, in fact, pronouns for this. That's why they exist. They were invented for this purpose. But okay, whatever. Such horrible atrocities. All those things from all his years, which Ian had never allowed himself to feel, now ripped Ian apart from the inside out. It had been a long time since Ian had truly cried. Years. Ian had always prided himself on being strong. I'm strong. That song. Encanto. Yeah, it was a story before I stole it from you.
Oh, that's loud.
I'm the strong one. I'm not nervous. I don't remember the crust of the earth is.
I don't remember the crust.
Sorry, I remembered it as I was saying I don't remember, so I messed up.
I remember none of the tunes because I listened to them once and my brain doesn't keep track of that if I only heard them once.
Fair enough. Okay. Where am I? Who am I? Again?
Ian is where you are.
Yes, Ian. Ian had always prided himself on being strong, not showing or having emotion. but now he could not take it any more. He had been filled to more than capacity with troubles and misfortunes. Ian was stronger than most, but it was because he had experienced worse than most. He had been trained in the endurance of torture, abuse, death, hunger, heartbreak. I probably should have said this slower for more impact, but whatever. Through everything in his life, Ian had never let himself break down since the night of the fire, until now. Ian collapsed in the clearing outside his makeshift house, shaking with the sobs of unquenchable remorse and regret that only come from the depths of truly shattered souls, and no one was around to hear Ian's heart-rending cries. Oh.
Even Ian falls in the forest and nobody is there to hear it.
Did I even make a sound?
Did I even make a sound? Like I never made a sound. Will I ever make a sound?
Boy child. Everyone hates Chris vibes. I revoke it. I'm doing. What? What does this mean? I don't even know what that means.
I don't
what
know
is that
what's
term?
happened. I don't know.
Hi, Misa.
All of the
Cat
cats.
number 3, come here. She says, "You think I'm crazy? I'm not coming over there." You guys are screaming. The creatures of the forest around him fell silent, and the birds ceased to sing as the air was filled, instead, with wails far more meaningful and vile than any that were being heard back at the tower. Why is this happening? Ian thought miserably, unable to stop gasping and moaning with sadness. That's kind of rude to say that Ian's cries are worse than the wizard who just lost his wife. But okay. Why is this happening? Ian thought miserably, unable to stop gasping and moaning with sadness as he lay face down on the... I am a despicable human being.
That's a mood.
Why am I cursed to have everything I love taken from me, time and time again? Actually, this should be in edgy voice, shouldn't it? Because it's mind speak.
Why is this happening? Ian thought miserably, unable to stop gasping and moaning with the sadness as he lay down on the forest floor. Why am I cursed to have everything I love taken from me time and time again?
Oh, you love the wizard wife.
Ian despaired, letting his thoughts wander through the issues being poured forth from the depths of his long polluted heart, which had needed cleansing for some time now. Ian had clung to and never dispersed his inner negative feelings, which encrusted and crystallized his heart into an inhuman blob of hard rock.
Ow.
But now things were changing, and not necessarily for the better. Ian turned his head to the side, still sobbing as he looked at the entrance to his home. You transferred the burp to me. Which was cleverly concealed by the branches of a tree.
So clever to conceal with the branches of a tree. His home was a hole in the earth. It had used to be a slimy cave of the troll that had killed his parents. It had already been looted by the time Ian had found it and taken up residence in it, but there were a few pieces of the troll's hoard that had been left behind. Ian had been lucky enough to find a rusty bit of metal, which Ian had managed to salvage and form into a door hinge and lock for a piece of wood that served as Ian's front entrance. Ian had also found a few other worthless things which he had managed to reuse and recycle. Wow, he's so green! Who cares? Ian was also good at not wasting anything. That's kind of the same idea as reuse and recycle. But sure, which was the main thing that helped him to survive. That and his ability to plan, predict, and perceive. Okay. Are you a perfect child in every way, though? Ian was truly a mastermind! Though he didn't consider himself as such. Oh boy, so humble too.
Oh, humble
Ian
brag.
could logically plan and figure out the best way.
The best battle
Imagine
strategies.
battle strategy. We're going the Erica route again. Oh no, I hate it.
no.
Ah! Ian could
Teach
logically.
Ia how to do it, and
Yes.
then she'll be stuck in battle for
Yes.
10 minutes.
Exactly. Yes. Oh no.
That's what'll happen when the dragon comes for her. Okay, I gotta think of the best way to do it.
Yes, it's bust again. Or
Bust!
bust the dragon. He's made a return.
Yes.
I hate it. I hate it so much. Ian was truly a mastermind. He could logically plan and figure out the best way to catch an animal, where the best location for a trap was. That's kind of the same thing. And what other people in the village were feeling and thinking. That's called empathy, which helped him know how they would act and let him know the best way to utilize their resources for his own gain.
Oh.
well, okay, now he's
Okay.
a psychopath, sociopath, something.
Like Ralph Gate.
Meaning that he figured out the best way to beg based on the personality of the person. I thought he was self-reliant and didn't talk to anybody, but okay. Though he had only done this in the first year of being alone in the world. This is so much more less important information. Can we get back to the story? I hate all the asides and all the backstory. Just go with the story. We'll figure out these characterization
You can
things.
infer.
Exactly. Like, you just remove all this stuff, and it would be a so much better story.
Mm-hmm.
Show, don't tell. Very
Precisely.
good. Very good maxim. Is that?
Huh?
Maxim? Is that the correct term?
I don't know.
Like a thing to stand by? A rule of thumb? Whatever.
That was a noise.
Sorry. Ian invented fantastical devices and reasoned through incredibly complex projects. He had to. It was the only
Does he
thing
have
that
a
kept
lab
his
in
mind.
his bedroom?
It was the only thing that kept his mind off the wretched situation. Ian only found comfort in his solitary work and philosophy. Philosophy, bruh. He's so big-brained, he is misogynist. And since he rarely spent time with fellow human beings,
Hello,
these
fellow
things,
humans.
including his survival, were what occupied all of his time. So he got good at them. Ian then remembered that crying was getting him nowhere. He remembered his reasoning that in order to live life in the future, one had to forget the past. Kill it if you have to. Ian struggled to control himself, squeezing his eyes shut against the bright sunlight of the day. Suddenly, Ian's sobbing ceased and subsided to slow sighs.
That's
Okay,
a lot of S's.
that's very much alliteration. I don't know if I did it on purpose, but it might be fun to read, but it's not fun to say. Ian clenched his fists, regaining his composure, and he reopened his eyes to the dimly lit forest, which was now blocked from the sun's direct light by an ominous black cloud in the sky that had just blown into the area with the breeze. Ian still did not feel much better. Nothing had changed. He still carried the weight of fears from all his years. Ahmed and him tonight, sorry. And he still could not relinquish his hold on the past. Ian had not come to terms with the past or rectified and forgotten the wrongs in it. All that had happened was that Ian had just wasted several precious minutes of his life doing something that showed weakness in his mind. Ian stood, angry at himself for his idiocy. He clenched his teeth and shook his head, stomping back to his house. Would you like to take a paragraph? You don't have to.
Ian accidentally bashed his head into one of his inventions in his haste, and it floated across the room, squeaking against its leather-covered joints as it rotated around from its pivot point on the ceiling. It was basically just a long mechanical arm that could hold or carry things around the room depending on how it was positioned or pushed. But it was made...
It's a dentist
It reminds me of
device.
that thing that Tony Stark had, his little... Like,
Yeah, the
his
robot
little
buddy arm, yeah.
But it was made of metal and it hurt Ian's head. He rubbed his forehead in annoyance, feeling the frustration and anger well up in him.
Yes, give in to your anger.
Ian took a deep breath to keep his temper and closed his eyes, clenching his fists tighter, but it didn't help. The more Ian tried to control his emotions, the worse they wanted to show themselves. Ian glared over at the
I
wall.
was so angsty as a child. I mean,
Apparently.
teen.
Ian glared over to the wall at the reflection of his own haggard, pained, dirty face in the old broken mirror, which Ian had salvaged from a trash heap and fixed it up as best he could. Ian could see the madness and confusion harbored deep within his own eyes.
When were mirrors invented?
I have no idea. I'm not crazy, he argued angrily to himself determinedly. He then realized how crazy he must really be in order to be talking to himself. I hate you, Ian growled at the demon in the mirror.
Okay.
It replied with an affirmation. Is he the Green Goblin now? An affirmation of the same statement, but it was more effective because of its powerful appearance. How could anyone ever like you?
Oh no.
Ian asked himself again.
It hurts. It still hurts me.
It's okay. Wishing he could get a reply. Ian and himself.
It's too close to home because it was me that wrote it. Ah!
Did you look in the mirror and talk to yourself?
I don't think so.
Ian and himself stared off for a
That's a
moment
good
longer,
image.
until Ian could no longer stand the sight of himself, and he turned away, collapsing onto the thin blanket on the rough stone floor that served as his bed. But he almost instantly stood
You
up
have
again.
dirt and leaves available to you. Why do you choose to sleep on a stone floor?
Edgy, that's why.
It makes me stronger.
Stone like my heart.
Yes.
He
must be
almost
cold,
instantly
too.
stood up again, biting his fist. So many things to worry about, Ian thought. He
I
sighed
thought he
heavily.
hurt his fist at first. I was like,
He's arrogant.
exactly. He punches a rock. Ow!
Ow!
I broke my wrist
Oh, why would that hurt?
because I did it really hard.
He sighed heavily, yanking off his shirt as angsty boys do, and climbing into his shower. He has a shower? He pulled the board away from the hole he'd made in the ceiling, and the frigid stream that went over his house began to flow through a cloth filter and over him, instead of across his roof. Okay, cool.
I mean, that's nice.
Very
I have
cool.
questions about how, but sure, that's cool.
Ian gasped and leapt out of the freezing sprinkle before any
Well,
more
what did you think was gonna happen? It's a freaking river.
Before any more freezing liquid could touch his bare skin. He replaced the board, all of his muscles beginning to contract at the sudden temperature change. He
Ow.
continued to shiver as he scrubbed himself a little, trying to wash away something. The last of the water.
The stain of my sins.
The last of the water flowed down the drain Ian had made, which led back into the stream a little
You
farther
don't need
away.
to tell us that. It's fine. We understand how things work.
Ian stomped out of the shower, more upset than he had been when he entered. How can this be so wrong?
Just go
This is
commit
awful.
suicide. It's okay. You have nothing to live for.
Oh no!
It's okay. We know.
That's terrible advice.
I'm sorry. I don't know what does he want. I don't know.
Life is just
He's just
evil.
angry. I want to help him, but
Not.
I don't know how to help him. Okay.
searching for something else to occupy his time in a frenzy as water still dripped from his head, hair, arms, and chest. Ian whirled around and around. He just whirled everywhere.
He has become a top. He is the final boss.
Grabbing at notes he'd made, trying to find something, anything that would deliver him from his torturous thoughts. Boredom was the ultimate condemnation.
Is it?
Ian
I think
couldn't-
there's probably more things than boredom that are.
When Ian couldn't find a project he wanted to work on, his mind wandered to horrible things. He daydreamed nightmares. He remembered his parents' death. He replayed countless tragedies time and time again in his
Okay,
mind.
it's okay. Calm down, sir. Let's move on.
Packing. I need to pack.
Oh,
Ian
because you're
thought,
banished. Nice.
Remembering that
I
he
mean,
had
you
been
already
banished.
are a caveman. You're
That's
not really
true.
part of the village. Just do your thing. Just
Yeah.
don't go to the village anymore.
Remembering that he had been banished from living within the village boundaries forever. A sense of calm overtook Ian as he took on this new project. Ian didn't really mind leaving the village too much. He didn't often go into it anyway, and now that Ia was being taken, Ian had nothing there. Except the children, but there would be other children in whatever new village Ian went to. The only downside to
Progress.
leaving would be that Ian could not possibly bring with him all of his inventions and projects, and that the new
I mean,
village...
it bonked you in the head, so how useful is it really?
and that the new village would probably not have a wizard keeping the dragon's henchmen at bay. Ian sighed, pausing.
Then you
Was
can
it
get
even-
your revolution.
Oh boy! Was it even worth packing up and leaving? Would anyone know if he just stayed there in the woods? Ian sat down, a metal scrap in his hands. Is life even worth living?
Oh
he
boy.
wondered.
Oh no.
A knock at the door interrupted Ian's thoughts, and he jumped at the sudden sound.
Gasp.
What?
Jace
could
was about to jump
possibly-
off, though.
That confused me for a second because I made up a character that was named Jace, and I was like,
Not that Jace.
Oh, I lost it. Okay, who could possibly?
Ah, yes,
Oh.
the poison for Cusco.
Well,
Yeah, it was kind of bland,
Yeah.
but you attempt to give her some development, and the idea behind it was solid.
I'm sure she's not actually gonna die, right?
She's gonna get some more, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, from what I remember, things happen, and we continue following her storyline as well as
I'm
Edgelord
sure.
McGee's, as well as for some reason we'll find out. There's a third perspective
Oh, boy.
that we're gonna see at some point, and that's just gonna be out of nowhere. I thought it was gonna be a one-off, and then I just kept doing it.
Okay.
I don't know when it happens, but I'm gonna be entertained when we get there. But it's
Okay.
also gonna have some more backstory, I'm sure. How do I remember this? I don't know. I wrote this years ago, but somehow I still remember things.
And for the record, this is not nearly as painful as the time machine story. It's actually
Yay!
because I remember around this time at night during the time travel one, I would just start to die inside because I'm
Mhm.
just like, this is just painful to read.
Now I'm dying inside
Right.
because it hurts.
Oh, it's like reading your journal from your depression
oh,
days.
yeah, it's like living pain again. Although it's not. I'm like, it's eighth hand pain though. It's not really bad at all. I don't even remember what I was going through really at the time. So
Ah!
it's just kind of like, oh, I feel bad for my past self because that's kind of how I felt.
Yeah.
I guess. Depression was not fun,
Big bad.
but God helped.
Yeah.
I'm good now.
Same,
Everything's
mostly,
fine.
kind of.
Yay. Friendship. I mean, siblingship, whatever that term might be.
Your hands are so warm.
I am warmth. I require to wash my hands.
Did you
Because-
wash your hands?
I don't think so. Why?
Who is in there?
Who has locked themselves in my bathroom? How did this happen? How did the lock decide that it wanted to fall locked
I don't
when
know.
no one was in there?
Is there a person?
Well, I guess that's why we have pennies here to unlock it, but that's odd. There's a ghost in here.
Oh.
Ghost moon.
Oh boy.
The cat do this? I don't know. That's strange.
What's his weirdness?
Anyway, continue. Ah! Sorry. No, continue for real.
Okay.
I just got attacked by the ghost.
Okay. Ian realized who it was before he even approached the door. Come in, Ian called, and the door began to open, creaking loudly against the rusty metal hinges. Oh, wait, don't come in! Ian changed his mind, searching frantically around for the shirt he'd taken off. How scandalous! The moment he found it, he pulled it over his head and called a muffled, "Okay, now you can come in." Ian pushed open the door and stepped into the dim cave, lit only by what light came in through a glass-covered skylight, which had, of course, been cut into the rock by Ian. Ian gave a strange look upon finding Ian's house, such a disorganized mess. Ian's head dripping water and his arms still struggling to find their way out of the shirt. When they finally managed it, Ian asked, "Were you trying to put it on backwards?" Ian looked down at his shirt, which was indeed on backwards. Ian
had to wash
smiled.
the cat fur off my hands. Sorry.
See. Ian smiled and chuckled at himself, trying to figure out.
But does he look like a bodybuilder?
Oh,
Exactly like
do
a.
all the girls
Sorry.
have such attraction to him.
Sorry, I missed a bit. So Ia came in.
She came in and he put on his shirt backwards, and she's calling him out for it.
Is
Ian-
there even such a thing as a backwards shirt if there's no tag? Like, this is medieval times. Who cares?
Don't know.
Like, if it functions, it functions. I don't know. What's the difference?
Also, I don't know why it's so scandalous for you to be seen without a shirt. Like, you're a man, it's okay.
That's also fair.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Very modest man.
This
Ian's-
is a man who has not spoken to females because he thought they were the devil.
That's true. Ian smiled and chuckled at himself, trying to figure out how to change that situation with Ia still in the room. It's easy. You just suck your arms back in, you turn it around, and put it back out.
Well, I mean, I guess if he's also wet, that would make
Oh.
it very hard to be
a
sticky.
little bit, yeah.
He would,
Sticky,
he would
sticky.
get trapped and then fall and break his tooth on the stone bed and the metal arm, and then he would die, and that would be good.
Oh boy. But the shirt was sticking to his wet body, making everything more difficult than
Oh,
usual.
I am such predicting of future.
So Ian decided to leave it that way. The way it was for the moment.
So much detail of unnecessary things, as always.
Did you need something? Ian asked, running a hand
Need
through
something?
his longish
I am a Skyrim
hair.
NPC.
Oh no, Ia replied sarcastically, taking a few more steps into the house. She twirled Ian's new knife in her hands,
Oh.
carelessly getting blood all over them. I mean, my
Why didn't
house
you take
just
that to the
exploded and my mother is dead, but I'm completely satisfied.
And you're gonna get murdered by a dragon.
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. I really didn't. You know I'd never. I know, she replied, looking down at the knife. I found this outside, by the way, on the ground. Yes, I had it to my hand. I must have dropped it.
I tried to land on, but I missed.
I thought it might be yours. This blood is the same as my mother's. What?
She knew about this? Is she a monster too? Which child?
Spooky. Here. She
Honestly,
said.
I don't remember much about this, it seems, so I mean, who knows?
She said, handing Ian the knife. He took it slowly, staring at the blood. He sighed sadly. Don't feel bad, Ian. I know what happened. My father's been studying the body. He says that a demon had possessed her and turned her into that monster.
Okay.
Cool. Maybe women are from the devil.
Whoa! Every girl has a demon.
You did the right thing.
I'm sorry
You
to
couldn't-
every girl. I will never get a girlfriend.
Men are something worse, though. So
Oh, that's true. That's true.
you couldn't have known it was my mom, and there was no way to get rid of the demon besides killing its host anyway. She's very chill about her mom being murdered, but okay. A demon? Ian asked in disbelief.
I'm sure she's in shock currently.
Ian nodded sadly. I think it was sent by the dragon to go after my dad and
Was
weaken
it,
our village's
though?
defenses.
Or was it just a plot convenience because, you know, the writer didn't know what he was doing and
Yeah.
decided to make it up on the spot and die on the spot?
I'm glad you stopped it. You probably saved the village from hundreds of troll attacks. Anyway, my father would like to speak with you. And I'm pretty sure you aren't banished anymore. He told me to come find you.
I'm pretty sure he wants to stay banished.
I'm pretty sure the wizard wants to kill him.
I'm pretty sure he's a poop. I don't know which
Oh.
he. All of them.
Thanks.
Ian.
Tell him that I'll be there.
Ian.
Ian. Tell him that I'll be there as soon as I turn around my shirt.
That's
Ian
pretty
replied
fast.
with a playful smirk.
Poof! He's there now.
Ian laughed, but quickly fell back into seriousness and looked away sadly. Ian furrowed his brow. You okay?
You asked
Ian
this
asked in
previously,
concern.
and she said, yes, everything is terrible, but I'm fine.
Ian looked up, looked away again, and sighed. Yeah, Ian said sadly, knowing what was bothering her. They looked into each other's eyes for a moment. Hers were normally bright and happy, while uncapitalized Ian's held a secret sorrow. But now Ian's eyes carried a pained burden, which Ian wished he
A
could take upon
burden!
himself.
Glorious purpose!
Instead of letting her suffer. She was just so pure and innocent, even though she's a demon. She never could have deserved his fate. And Ian was the curse that had caused it. He was just so wrong. And Ian closed his eyes, shaking his head as he felt his emotions overtaking him again.
Bruh.
I'll be right back, Ian said curtly before dashing back deeper into his cave. Into literal man cave. Into the other room, which he had separated from the main room with an old board. It was just a little closet, but Ian needed some place to hide.
Just a
So Ian
wall-mounted
would not-
cabinet of wood.
So Ian would not see him lose his composure again. It would ruin his reputation of being a strong, powerful, self-reliant person.
Sir, it's okay.
Ian ripped off his shirt and put it back on the
Why-
right way as he
oh.
struggled not to let out those last tears he had stopped from escaping back outside. But it was folly. Ian collapsed on the stone floor, rocking
Imagine
back and
crying
forth.
more than the girl whose mom just died.
Convulsing with silent sobs. Ian carefully stuck her hand in the
That
doorway.
mother got 2 lines, and they were
Yes?
both...
No?
No! I am not the fat lady, opera lady! I am not at all evil!
Ia carefully stuck her head in the doorway, a concerned look on her face. Ian did not notice her entrance into the room as she tiptoed to his side. She gently reached down and put a warm hand on his cold, wet neck, and she flinched. Oh, he flinched. I was like, why does she flinch? And he flinched.
This is
dramatically.
Ian. This is why Ian is so insistent upon putting Ian every time he says Ian.
Yeah, the one time it says he and I didn't read it right. He fell completely over and grabbed his knife in fear, letting loose a short cry. But then Ian remembered who it was and tried to relax as he lowered his knife. That was a Kama's place. He put
You are a commonplace.
he put back on the mask of emotionlessness. That's what the point of the mask is.
Oh no!
Surreptitiously
Scepter,
wiped away
probably
his
not.
tears. Probably not.
That's what the point of the mask is.
Thank you, babe. It's okay to break down. It's not wise to suppress your emotions for so long, Ina told him. Ian sighed. I know, but don't worry about me.
Do you
alright?
know? Do you know?
Also, this is the third time he said, "Are you all right?" Ian
That is
asked,
true.
His throat
You
wet
need to
and catching.
freaking calm down. He's like, no, deflection. I don't talk
Are you
about me.
alright?
I talk
Are you
about
alright?
other people.
Are you all right?
Are you alright?
Are you-
But
I
are
will
you?
not
I know
stop.
I'm bad, but are you alright? And she's like, yes, I'm fine. Everything's fine. But how about you? No,
Are
You.
you all right?
you. I probably wrote this over several days and forgot how the scene was going.
Yeah,
So
that makes
whoops,
sense.
whoopsie doopsie.
Ia sighed again, looking away as Ian stood. Have you forgotten that we're never, ever, ever getting back together? Sorry.
What?
We're never going to see each other again if the troll comes to get me? She asked, staring at the floor. Ian hesitated,
Bruh.
not knowing how to reply. He felt like his chest had just been stabbed by a knife. Part of him wanted
Oops,
to help
I
her
fell.
somehow. But it was impossible to do so, and the other part of him wanted to comfort her in some way, though he hadn't the faintest idea of what an effective method of doing that would be. Hugging had
Potatoes.
May I offer you potatoes for comfort?
Mhm.
Hugging had seemed to help last time, but Ian couldn't even think about bringing himself to do that. Instead, he stood there, sadly thinking,
I'm sure that helps a lot.
I'm so sorry I cannot protect you from the dragon.
Blah, blah, blah.
If I could, I would. I have protected you from the jealous village people, from the beasts of the forest, and now from a demon. But there's no one who can resist the dragon, Ian pointed out sadly, trying to communicate more than he said with his eyes. Ian looked back to Ian's, a pained expression on her face. Why? She asked, looking Ian in the eyes, her face still sad. Ian recoiled in confusion. What do you mean, why? Because he's the dragon. He cannot be beaten. Not even his vile servants can be beaten without help. Oh, he's yelling. Ian yelled, pacing back and forth with a hopeless frown.
What do you mean, why? He's a freaking dragon! The dragons are cool!
Ian didn't move. He stopped in front of her and gave her his attention again. She held his gaze. She's seriously considering resisting the dragon? Ian thought in confusion.
I'm gonna enchant life.
She's pretty confident. Then find help. This world cannot go on like this. Why not resist? What? Why can we not resist the dragon? Because we'll die? I'm already going to die. Why are you working? What are you working on in life that's more important than saving an entire nation, possibly at the cost of your own life? He replied as it began to rain outside.
Oh boy.
Ian noted this with grudging acceptance, whereas Ian grimaced in denial. It was soon. We should go, Ian pointed out. Ian nodded mournfully.
I love how she's just completely on board with like, oh yes, let's all go start a revolution and kill the dragon. And he's just like, I got nothing I'm living for, why not?
Nothing better than two teens with nothing to live for starting a revolution.
Hey, wait a minute, I've heard that story before.
Many times.
Yeah, at least 17 times. Let's see. I'm old. This venomous bite could kill me, the wizard announced. I'm old. This venomous bite could kill me, the wizard announced matter-of-factly in response to Ian's question regarding his health, after the wizard had apologized for his outburst. Oh, okay. He was lying in a neighbor's bed, since his own house had been demolished. The wizard had actually bought the neighbor's house, and the displaced owner was now scrounging for a new residence. Bruh, that's kind of rude, but okay. He clung to the wizard's pale arm, which hung off the side of the bed. The wizard's bandage had turned black because of the oozing black substance that surrounded the bite on the wizard's neck. Get me some herbs, if you can. That's my only hope for survival. Not any specific herbs, just some. Just get me some rosemary and maybe some like pepper.
Some pepper.
Rub some pepper in the wound. He ordered. Ian nodded. I'm sure you know which one I mean when I say Stickleback.
Oh yes, I know exactly what that is.
Ian nodded again. Good. You may need to go near Troll Cave to find some. It grows out of their poop. Oh! You would have to be brave. Not that you aren't, since you rushed into a crumbling house to fight a demon, the wizard pointed out. Ian laughed.
Oh, sorry. There's only one thing I'm afraid of, Ian responded in a light tone.
How edgy I am! Oh! My own edge. What's that? The wizard questioned, intrigued.
Romance. My parents messed up my mindset on that issue a whole lot. Ian replied without hesitation.
Fair enough, I guess.
Then he noticed Ian's pained look.
Okay,
and he realized that his words had made her feel bad, so he quickly decided to amend his statement. Or, at least that's what I say, he added with a glance at Ia. She cocked her head to the side in confusion. Congrats,
you're an idiot, and you're an idiot.
Someone's gonna talk you out of that, Ia responded.
The wizard muttered, lost in thought. That is an interesting thing to fear. Though I suppose it could be helpful. Love is often a distraction from more important matters.
Love is an imaginary dagger.
Exactly, yes, she knows it. Then again, it can also focus you on... What is that strange hissing sound? I found the source of the ticking! Sorry.
It's a pipe bomb!
The wizard was suddenly cut off by a strange hissing sound that came from beneath his bandage, sounding like a chemical reaction. I thought it was going to say beneath the floor, and I was like, clearly it is a grenade, a firework. Something's going to explode. Perhaps we can talk about this later, yes? The wizard asked as he grimaced in pain, the hissing subsiding as he clenched his fists. Could you go get those plants as quickly as possible? The wizard asked. Ian nodded.
I'll be right back. Does it matter if they get in the rain? Ian asked as he walked to the door.
Plants are usually in the rain, just saying.
True.
Oh, yes! Yes, it matters very much! You know how they have such dry, prickly leaves? Be sure you don't get those wet. I have to prepare them in a very special way, the wizard told Ian. Okay, good thing you asked, I guess. Sure. I mean, I guess there's sticky and dry, maybe that's... Whatever. Ian nodded and turned to go. Wait! The wizard yelled before Ian could charge out into the rain. Ian turned back silently, so the only sound was of the water droplets from the sky striking the rooftop.
The house had a few leaks and buckets were scattered throughout the room to ensure the floorboards didn't drench and rot. Ian remembered his cave with thankfulness.
You may want to say your goodbyes now, in case you never see each other again. The troll may be here to collect Ia at any moment,
the wizard reminded sadly.
Her mother and I already did so this morning, just in case the troll came by sometime when we weren't expecting.
He notified Ian. Ian blinked hard, though he already cried his eyes dry earlier that day as he slowly walked back into this room. Okay, that's some weird phrasing. I'm confused. Dodging a dripping stream of water from the ceiling of the old shack. Ia stood and approached him. When they met in the center of the room, by the foot of the wizard's bed, Ia's lips were trying to form words that her throat refused to say. After a second or two, she stopped trying and sighed. Ian gave her a long, sad look.
Is there even anything else to say? She asked, another tear rolling down her face. So many things, Ian replied.
I'm so deep!
As
Trying so hard.
tears leaped from her chin.
Wee! Wee!
It fell into the bucket of water on the floor.
Craig says, "Rar, perhaps some extra time, because he's running out." McKay, did you make your beanie?
No, actually, my
Ian
grandma.
is so emo hip.
He is.
Emo hip.
He really is.
Buff emo hip.
My grandma made this and gave it to me for Christmas. Because it's knitted and I don't knit, I just crochet. Where am I? As Ia's tears leapt from her chin and fell into the bucket of water on the floor. Too many to say.
Wait, doesn't that mean she's standing directly in the path of the water from the ceiling? Because the bucket was catching the water, so
I don't
she's...
even remember.
If her tears are falling into
well,
that
they're
bucket...
leaping.
Oh, wee! Maybe she's not crying at all, she's just getting rained on.
Maybe. Too many to say. And I've never been good with words. But they all say that I don't. But they all say that I don't want you to go, Ian told her, looking down at his grubby shoes. Ia waited for a moment, seemingly for Ian to speak, but he didn't, for several moments. When he finally did speak, his voice was filled with great sorrow. I'm sorry. So sorry. I suppose all I can say is
Goodbye! Have a good one!
Have a good one! Ian eventually sputtered. I'm glad to have... Ian trailed off, sighing, and looked back up to Ia, who still stared at him with ultimate remorse. Ultimate remorse upon her face.
Uber remorse, dude. Tubular. Radical sadness.
I know. I'm sorry for you too, Ia said, pain evident on her face.
There's a plane. That's how the tears are leaping. Jet engines.
Please don't look like that. You're making me feel worse, if such a thing is even possible. But
How do you think she feels? She's the one gonna die.
I'd trade places with you in a heartbeat. I would gladly die instead. Thank you, but the rules don't work that way. The message was already taken to the dragon by Pigeon. So we can't change places now, and I wouldn't let you die in my place anyway, she argued. Ian frowned. Meanwhile, the wizard coughed pitifully. Ia and
Still
Ia looked
dying
over
here.
to him.
Can you please move?
Then back to one another. Try to return in time. I want to spend my final hours with you, Ia continued. Of course, Ian returned, reaching for Ia's hand. She allowed him to take it. Goodbye, Ian, she
Shake
said
hands.
meaningfully, swallowing hard. Goodbye, Ia, he retorted, biting his lips, both of them, as he gave Ia's hand a final gentle squeeze. What?
Just his lip. You got it.
Oh, I'm the dog.
I'm biting both my legs.
Mrs.
Mumbly.
Giving Ia's hand a final gentle squeeze between his before letting her... I can't read, I'm sorry. Before letting go and beginning to back out the door. As he turned to begin running through the rain at top speed, Ia realized that there was now something in her hand. It's the rock from his mother!
It's the mother rock! Oh no! It's so cliche!
She looked down to
I
find
hate
that
it.
she held Ian's necklace, the charm given to him by his parents.
Well,
Now she's definitely in love with him if she wasn't before.
heck, did I have that in mind when I wrote that charm at the beginning? Because I don't think I ever went back and did any editing. Did I just have like a basic plan that I was connecting dots for just to make it seem all cool, or did I like add that back. I don't know what I did.
I feel like you must have had some idea, because
Maybe.
like, why else would he have
Yeah,
a
why
random charm?
why would I have that charm if it wasn't gonna be used for something like that? There's no point to having a MacGuffin
Yeah.
or a Chekhov's gun if you're not gonna use it. Is that what it's
Yeah,
called?
I think so.
Gotcha. Okay. Do we want to continue, or are we at our limit for the day?
Do you want to like? Well,
how much
we
have
don't
we
want
got?
spoilers, but we could just scroll and see like.
How long? How much
Yeah,
more
because
there
you
is?
said you didn't think that much actually existed.
I
But
didn't.
Also, I think you said that about Time Travel Story, and then we were surprised. So.
Well, I knew that the time travel story was. Pretty, it looks like this is still structured. This
Jeez.
doesn't look like notes yet. Holy cow! How many notes? Okay, so I
So
might
there's
have
like over 100 pages.
I might have underestimated. Is this still? This looks like it might also still be it. So okay, I might have underestimated by 100 pages. Now that definitely looks like. No, wait. Is this notes? Yeah, that's notes. Probably. Okay, so there's at least 100 more pages. I didn't realize this, but yeah, we're not gonna get through it in one day.
Nice. Nope.
Whoopsie doopsie. Nom 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 nom.
Sleeping lizards with all those tears, you'd think this place would sink. Ah! That's funny. These tears, you'd think this place would sink. It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. Static kisses, we get kicked. It's a hard knock life.
I see in 2 more sections, and these are not terribly long sections. We're gonna have some fun stuff happen. The funny thing that I was saying from another perspective that was unexpected. Do we want to continue or no? Just to get to that one, or we can stop here and continue this another time. Or if you were not enjoying it, we could stop and never do this again. But
I think it's fun.
we still got some more to go. Not that it's the best quality, but at least it's entertaining.
It's less excruciatingly painful than the time travel one.
Yeah, this
Because
feels.
sometimes the time travel one was fun, but also sometimes it was just
Oh,
pain.
oh yeah, it was such a drag. I admit, I agree.
Yeah. This actually has things that,
Oh,
like, we actually know what the point of the story is.
we
right
know
now.
the characters have motivation.
Uh-huh.
The characters have emotions. They seem to be like changing and kind of having arcs that are slowly developing. It's not just, oh, let's go adventure because adventuring's fun, and then almost die, and then go through a very complicated explanation about how we did this thing and moved the time machine to that place so that we could leave for our future selves so that we could get back to our past and then do weird things and I don't even know what
And
happened
then
anymore.
Moldy Fart is here, but we don't know why.
Oh yeah, are you confused? Good, because I don't know what happened either.
Why are you sounding
Wait
like
2 books to have it
that
explained.
guy? Why are you sounding like him?
What guy?
Mikake.
Yes, I do sound like him.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Ah,
Charm
my
is
nose
wholesome
itchy.
though. Oh yeah.
It secretly has magic powers, and when the dragon goes to eat her, she says,
Wow.
and then he goes, wow, that charm is so spicy, I can't eat it. And she's like, ha. That's my theory.
I think there was a note that I had for a rewrite that gives Ian some special powers, but then I was like, well, is that a good idea or is that too cliche as well? So I was like, But luckily in this version it doesn't seem to be there, so I don't know. This is the version where it is the first version, I
It
guess.
doesn't have 10,000 abs.
He does not. He does not have 10,000 abs. He is kind of a chill, regular guy with not much going for him.
Yeah.
He's just got a knife and a dream. He's got a rock and a mother.
Rockin'.
Actually, he has neither now.
Puppy.
Let's continue a little bit because I think it would be really funny if we get to that scene from another perspective, and then after that we can quit for the night and continue another time. Ian knew exactly where to find some stickleback. Some grew in his cave. He didn't have to go far and risky at all.
Oh boy.
On the wall closest to the door, Ian only hoped that he would be able to make it to his house and back before the time for Ia. Before the time came for Ia to be collected. Though he was running as fast as he could, or as fast as he could own on the muddy street, he somehow doubted it. The troll was already late, seeing as the appointed time for his arrival had been noon, in accordance with the dragon's wishes. Why is he so specific? And now that the rainstorm had arrived, everyone knew it was only a matter of time. I guess the rains... What do you think the rainstorm and the troll arriving have to do with each other?
I was half paying attention.
This is a quiz.
Oh, well, because, like, they don't like sun, so it's like, oh, got to block out the sun.
I didn't tell something! I showed it!
I got confused because I thought...
I'm proud of my
I
past
thought
self.
for some reason, they were waiting for the storm to end, which I was like, that wouldn't make sense. But then my brain was like, oh, wait, but the storm is here, and that's the point. And so,
I stole from Lord of the Rings again.
yeah.
Sauron sends the
But
clouds
at least
to
you
make
did
his...
a show and not to tell.
I did a good thing, unless it's going to tell me like 3 seconds later. In
Oh,
which
that would
case,
be so
I would be
disappointing,
so sad.
no.
I would be so disappointed with myself.
Are you okay?
I lost my
Wait,
place.
stickleback equals zippleback equals nickelback. I'm sorry.
What?
Good story, EJ. Your writing style is actually really nice,
Aw,
aside from the
thank
pronoun
you.
avoidance.
I don't know why I did that so much. I mean, it was a first draft. I don't understand what I was thinking, but, you know, things happened, I guess.
But yeah, the writing style is pretty
Yay!
good.
Thank
And
you. I wonder if I've gotten better or worse, because I got very, very, very out of practice, and then I tried to write a thing about Malthaeus and Saphira, and that was kind of rambly because it didn't have a plan, and it was
I
written
remember
like
I
a
liked
D&D.
it, though, but I still haven't read it again.
It was
since.
it was written like a D&D story where I didn't have a plan specifically, and I let the characters choose to go the wrong way and waste a bunch of time doing stupid things for no reason, and then finally get back on track. So there's a lot of pointless stuff in there, but it's kind of fun, and it's got Easter eggs for the D&D campaign as well. But you know, it was just written for fun.
I would like to write more, but
You said you didn't finish it? The story?
Yeah, since you posted the last couple parts or whatever, I haven't. I keep forgetting about it.
You haven't.
'Cause I never go on like Wattpad or anything.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. You should make a note to yourself so you can go do it. Because I don't think anyone has actually read it, and I want to get someone's opinion about
Oopsie,
that
that
story.
was
I
the
wrote.
wrong thing to put.
If you're wondering what I'm talking about, I wrote a thing on Wattpad about Malthaeus and Saphira, characters from D&D campaign. It's like a prequel kind of origin story for how they met before the actual D&D campaign where those characters were invented. And if you want to check it out, I think you can just probably Google EJ Monkey on Wattpad or something, or Escape from Whitestone Hold, and you'll probably find it. If not, you know, maybe I can give you a link. Just let me know.
That's a cool title. I don't know how to come up with it.
Well, I mean, it's kind of not a good title. I don't know how good of a title it is. I tried.
That's better than Broken.
It is. It is way better than that.
I should show you something that I've written at one point, but I just never have very much to show.
Oh, you didn't tell the stream about your lovely thing.
So, okay, story time. My friend who's getting married, I was like looking on my email for like her email address or something. So like I searched her email, and then this email from like 2014 came up that I just completely forgot about. And apparently I had emailed her the beginning of like a Lord of the Rings fanfiction I was writing, and I would have been like 13, 14 at the time. And so I was like, whoa, I remember writing this, but I thought it was completely like lost to time. And so I read it. It was really short because I always gave up on things like 2 seconds after starting them. But it was like just the most boring thing ever and completely pointless, because basically all I did is like I made a new character, and she was Aragorn's sister, and so she was with him like in the Prancing Pony when he like talked to the hobbits. But she served no purpose. I have no idea what my plan for her was. She just existed there, and the scene was just like exactly the same as it happened in the movie, but with an extra character. So there was nothing interesting or different at all. And so I just got bored when I was reading it, and the only part that made me laugh was the beginning when I was describing my character, because it gave me big, like, my immortal vibes, like, my name is Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway. It wasn't nearly as bad as that, but it just gave me that same vibe. Because she was like, oh, I'm edgy, and this is what my outfit looks like, and I'm so, like, cold and standoffish, and I'm like, okay. But yeah, it was just really pointless, and the only thing that happened, like, differently was when they're at Weathertop, and Frodo got stabbed by the Morgul blade. This girl think her name was like Muriel or something. She got like scratched by one, so like not stabbed, but she got like scratched, and she was all like, "Oh no, I'm fine. I'll be fine until we get to Rivendell. Focus on the little hobbit boy that got stabbed." And I was like, I don't know where I was going with that. Don't know what was happening with that, but I probably just liked her to be injured because you know we all love a good injury.
Oh yeah, of course.
So.
Oh yeah, we haven't mentioned the fact that he got scratched by a demon, but Ian's just, I guess, totally fine. He forgot about the injury.
Yeah, no big deal, I guess.
So what were you saying about the more recent story you were writing, or like?
Oh well, yeah, I don't have much. I only wrote like 2 scenes of that because I took a character that I had and I just like started writing her backstory because I felt like it. And
Is this Jace or something else?
well, he's a character in that.
Oh, cool.
But it's we don't speak the name.
This is different from the storytellers, I assume.
Oh, I
Okay.
don't even know what that was. I don't think I ever wrote anything about that.
Alright, well, it was a decent idea.
Yeah, but it's not working. I don't know.
Hmm. It's kind of overdone, I guess, the meta. narrative
Yeah, I
thing.
guess so. That was popular in like 2016 or something.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Controlling.
I wrote 2 scenes of that, and like it would be cool to use this like concept for an actual story, but I don't really know what that would be. So right now I'm just kind of writing whatever scenes I feel like 'cause that's fun. But yeah, I don't know. It's just for fun.
Cool. I'm curious.
Okay.
As he says, imagine having Stickleback and not having there be someone who steals furnaces in the story. Disappointed.
What?
Furnace thief. It's a tech thing from
Oh.
back in the day, a long time ago. Once I wrote a Qui-Gon fever dream story that involved Obi-Wan being impaled at an angle and then slowly sliced in half. Oh my gosh.
That sounds exactly like
Wow.
something I would have written.
Jaina says, do I have permission to add, he thought women were of the devil, but men were something worse to my quote book?
Oh,
Sure,
yeah.
go for it.
That's
That's
funny.
hilarious.
I love it.
Hi.
Hello.
You want attention? Come on.
Apparently, I wanted attention.
Come on. Yeah, I know. I hear you meowing. Come on.
Why are you upsetty?
He just wants attention. He wants to be petted.
194?
Come on. Come on. Come up here. Come on.
I just don't want to get fur on my sweaty hands
This
again.
is- but what
Because
if I
then
just
my hands
cry
become furry,
instead?
and then I scratch my face, and I get fur in my face, and I don't like it.
Sir, make your choice.
Do you want a place? Oh, he likes me.
Well, I didn't pat my lap. You patted your lap, so that gave him permission. He decided that now he's okay if he come up here.
Oh, but he wants you.
Okay, yeah, he wanted me ultimately, but you patted your lap first.
Oh, now he wants desk.
Now he just wants to be on the desk, just right in front of every giant cat face. Oh boy.
Hello, Stormy. Are you bothering him?
Hello.
Are you chasing him because you want to play and he doesn't want to play?
Anyway, back to the story, I guess, for a bit.
Back to reality.
Oh, there goes gravity.
Saruman.
Oh. Blah 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 blah. The dragon had mandated that. Wait, hold on. And now that the rainstorm had arrived, everyone knew it was only a matter of time. The dragon had mandated that the collecting troll would come at noon to each of the villagers when it was their turn to offer up a sacrifice, just for spite, since trolls usually turn to stone in daylight. Bro, I'm explaining it. I'm
no.
explaining it. Dang it, you stupid person.
You were doing so well.
I mean, I guess this one's kind of obscure, so it makes sense to explain it maybe a little bit, kind of, but you don't need to.
Yeah.
But the dragon specifically wanted to invoke extra fear from his miserable slaves, so he enabled these elite trolls to go out in daylight by pairing each of them with a hobgoblin druid, each of which summoned a magic rain cloud to block out the sun to aid the troll's passage. And the collection trolls are a lot bigger than most normal trolls. The troll was very close. Ian could tell because he now felt like he was swimming more than he was running on the way to his cave due to the sheer amount of water pouring from the sky. Ian suddenly skidded to I see a black cat in front of my screen. Skidded to a halt. The troll.
Baby, come here.
Hi.
Come here, little one.
Oh yeah.
You are being in little
Ian
trouble.
suddenly skidded to a halt. The troll was there, plodding along slowly, not 20 feet in front of him. Ian slipped in the slick, deep mud as he tried to scramble out of the troll's way, but not because he was afraid of being stepped on. Ian hid behind another one of the houses in the street as the troll continued past, each gigantic footfall shaking the ground. Ian peeked around the corner again, cautiously, as he heard a horrible sound. He heard the scream of a little child that had been in the wrong place at the wrong time as the troll laughed. Ian saw the troll pick up the little girl in his immense fist without even slowing its track. Ian was reminded of Ia back when she was younger as he looked at the terrified child, but seeing any child in that position caused him pain. Ian heard a heart-wrenching shriek as the troll continued on out of sight, and Ian felt even more tears well up in his eyes and spill out to join the raindrops landing on his face. He knew what had happened. The collection trolls were always hungry, picking up snacks along the road. But there was nothing Ian could have done. Even with a proper sword, there was no stopping a troll of that size. Oh. Well, that's sad. Well, oops. Ian sighed, debating whether or not to go back to be with Ia as she was taken. He really wanted to return, but Ian doubted he could even outrun the troll now that he was so tired. Bruh, you could try harder.
He gets tired. A flaw.
A flaw! And the wizard was quickly dying. Every second wasted was like hammering a nail deeper and deeper into his coffin. And what more could
What are you doing, Stormy?
And what more could Ian say to Ia if he did return? There was only one thing. It was important, but it really wouldn't matter in the long run since Ia would be eaten by the dragon anyway. Ian felt another wave of sobs closing in.
Curse my logic. It contradicts my heart. Curse my emotions. They disagree with my mind. Ian thought in frustration. He sighed again, knowing that it would be best to continue on now that he had already come so far, and it was probably too late anyway. But there was still a part of him that couldn't let himself not go back.
My brain.
The rain began to let up, and Ian knew he had to make a choice. He was running out of time, but Ian's legs chose the option that only part of him thought was right. Ian ran to finish getting the plant, even though he was pretty sure it would cost him one last time to see Ia. But Ian still clung to the hope that he could be in time miraculously if he didn't waste any more time hesitating.
Gone. He had not even arrived in time to see the troll off. Ian's love. Well, now he says it. Ian's love had been taken away from him forever. Love. Ian rolled the uncomfortable word around in his mouth as though it was a smooth stone resting on his tongue. It was too big to swallow, but too heavy to force out. It was a nice word that felt soft in his mouth, but didn't belong and felt uncomfortable. You already used that word. How could he describe what he felt inside? How could he say what was on his mind? Ian had realized at last that he truly did love Ia. Bruh, too late. Like he had denied to the villagers for so long. Like he had denied to himself for so long. Despite his hardest efforts, he had accidentally fallen into the one thing he hated most. But how could he have failed himself by falling in love? That was confusing. He had tried to avoid it so strongly, but now he finally perceived his long suppressed emotions for what they truly were. And upon thinking about it, he had a suspicion that Ia... What you think? You liked him too.
Alrighty.
But
I liked the beginning of this paragraph. Now it's getting a little weird.
Yeah. But if ever they had been to love, one of them would have had to profess such feelings. Yeah, that's kind of how it works. How could Ian ever have done so, though? He feared romance, etc., etc. Skip ahead, skip ahead.
No, I'm reading it.
I know. I'm actually continuing. I was just, thoughts popped into my head of humor, and I said jokes. I can't brain anymore.
Oh, wait. What is that? Oh, that's what that's from.
Yes.
Shrek. Okay.
Yes. Shrek!
It is!
Yeah, I know. He feared romance and has spent his entire life trying to build up his reputation as one uninterested in such things. To have announced to the world that he had failed in his life's quest would have been madness.
Your glorious purpose is to not love.
Sparta! And yet, it was not unheard of for the woman to be the instigator of a relationship? Bruh. However, if she were to start something between them, why is it? This is such overthinking. Ian would have felt weak, unlike the brave leader that a man of the household ought to have been. Alas, such a love between them was doomed to failure either way, and now Ian would never be able to tell Ia whether he could work up the nerve to or not. Alas, he had realized this wonderful doctrine too late. How could he have been so stupid, so blind? Because you're a freaking moron.
See, the beginning of it was kind of cool with
it was
the
neat.
imagery.
It was
but
good.
then every time love is mentioned, it just goes in this tangent of overthinking everything, and I'm just like, keep it simpler.
I'm a dork. Okay, that's just something. that I have to deal with. So
But I liked the first half of that until
yeah,
started,
it was decent at first.
Yeah.
The first third of that solid.
Then it
The
just,
last 2/3 unnecessary. Chop.
yeah, just cut it off. We can
Yep.
infer that he feels conflicted.
Yes. Conflict. Ian tried to think about what he would do next, whether it would involve going back to his original plan of living his whole life in solitude. No. Ian had awakened something else in him that could never
Wow.
let him go back to the way he had been. Could he find another girl? No, never.
You're 16, relax.
Even if Ian was able to find someone else that loved him as much as Ia had, okay. I mean, you never talked about it, but okay. And was willing to accept him on his own terms, just for who he was. I mean, you're a caveman. Ian would never, ever be able to forget Ia. For as long as he lived, there's too much thinking still.
Yep.
Be in regretful anguish. So then what will I do? Ian thought, looking down at his hands, which had drawn and begun twirling his father's elvish blade,
He stabbed
given him by
himself.
Narwhal. One arm was holding his knife, while the other was running his wrists slowly
Oh.
back and forth over across the sharp blade of the knife, not quite hard enough to cut through the skin. Okay, don't like
Edgy.
where this is going, but okay. I didn't even know about harming yourself at this time in my
Really?
life. I did not, yes. So, did I just come up with this on my own, or
I mean,
like
I
is this
guess
just
some-
a coincidence? I don't know. That's kind of spook. Anyway, Ian looked at the. I guess.
Yes.
It's just a fun twiddly thing to do. I actually have done that in real life just because I was twiddling. Like no other thoughts behind it.
No thoughts.
Maybe.
Head empty.
Head empty. I mean, if you have a knife and you have a hand, do you have a hand? Okay. Anyway, Ian looked at the product of his subconscious contemplation, wondering if suicide. Oh, that's why. It wasn't self-harm. It was suicide.
Oh, okay. Even
Gotcha.
better.
If suicide was indeed his best option, but no, Ian decided. It would be unintelligent, idiotic, and wasteful of him to kill himself. That's a way to put it. When he still had so much more he could accomplish in life. He had many new ideas of things he wanted to invent. That's what you're thinking about? And he was making incredible progress in philosophizing. That's not a word.
Philosophizing.
And logically reasoning about large issues in life. Okay, that's, once again, that's your reasoning for living? Okay. Ian clenched his fists angrily, not knowing what to do. And then it hit him as he stared at his reflection of the potion-making wizard in the still, dirty puddle of water held by the deep troll footprint in the mud. Whoa. Ian stood up, so many thoughts going through his head he felt woozy in the surprising heat of the now sunny afternoon. The wizard was busy making his own medicine, which he promised would fix him up perfectly within a day or two. The parents of the little girl still did not know where she had gone, but someone else had seen what happened and was going over to explain. How would you know that? You omniscient narrator, I guess. As Ian looked around, what Ian had been saying finally sunk in. What did she say? Ian realized how corrupt the current system of governing by the dragon was, how oppressed the people of the world were, and how evil forces had overtaken everything good in the world. Ian realized how wrong the culture was, and knew someone needed to help them regain the blissful peace told about in the old stories. Ian realized an idea, which sparked the makings for a plan, which he hoped would set in motion a movement to end the reign. We are the spark that burns the First Order down. Sorry. Which he hoped would set in motion a movement to end the reign of the fierce dragon once and for all. But could it work? Probably not. Anytime he interacted with his fellow human beings, he only brought trouble to them. Perhaps just he could go to carry out Ye's words. Yes, that is what he would do. He would not endanger anyone around him by going to join people and have them do something stupid. He would go do something stupid and see if anyone wanted to join him. Ian walked into the wizard's temporary quarters in a daze of deep thought. The wizard looked up from his leaf squishing. Oh, that's me. Well, hello there, young man, the wizard called cheerily from across the room as he began to apply some thick paste to his neck, sighing in ecstasy. Pasty neck.
Didn't your daughter just get kidnapped?
Well, he's getting relief from poison neck, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, I guess so. Ian sighed, his head spinning. He closed his eyes and leaned his head down, and the next thing he knew, he had fallen down and was sitting in one of the buckets of water.
Oh dear, are you feeling alright?
The wizard asked as Ian blinked in confusion at having apparently just almost fainted.
Just a little lightheaded, Ian replied, extracting his backside from the bucket of water.
You should consume. You have not eaten in 3 days, apparently.
Well, that's to be expected. You've been through a lot lately.
I mean,
Today.
the wizard pointed out dismissively.
How can you be so happy at a time like this? Your daughter is being taken oh, he's yelling, sorry. How can you be so happy at a time like this? Your daughter is being taken special delivery to the dragon for his dinner, and you're just as happy, if not happier, than you were before, Ian yelled angrily, standing and beginning to pace up and down the room.
Hey, I've got a wonderful medicine to put on. It makes me happier when my pain melts away.
I wish I had some of that from my inside.
He's 14 and this is deep.
This is deep!
There is some comfort for your heart,
The wizard responded quietly.
It comes in several ways. Forgetfulness, alone time, the finding of new happiness.
I can never forget, nor can I ever, Ian shouted. He stopped. I'm sorry. I can't. No.
Oh boy. No, troll PTSD.
There was no trigger warning because we have not proofread this at all, so we don't know what's in it. So I apologize.
I haven't looked at this in years. I don't know what's in it other than, basic idea and what little things I can remember. Most of this, like the specifics of the words and what minor things happen, I don't remember. I just remember kind of main overarching plot stuff, which is kind of not, all that interesting. I think it'd be cool if you rewrote him as a character that didn't try to push away his emotions. Not the stony but emo, but wrote a character that was constantly trying to be emotionally more mature. Like, he can still be hesitant and skeptical towards romance and really logical, but in a more optimistic and problem-solving way, trying to be more wise, but not trying to be more grown up. Young characters written that way are rare, and I'd enjoy reading that perspective. Well, that's kind of me now. So if I wrote a character nowadays, I might write them that way. That was a time in my life where I'd been hurt a lot by previous attempts at relationships, and I was really struggling to decide how I wanted to proceed because, I had someone else that I liked and that might like me, and I was like, do I really want to open myself up to being hurt again? This seems like a stupid idea. And I was just, filled with much angst. And then, ironically, as a result of that, I was second-guessing myself and being so annoyed and like, this is not going to go well, that it caused it to not go well, so got myself hurt again. A horse.
Okay.
The horse. Yeah, so...
Because that was after the redhead one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Weren't I like 16?
Oh, right, okay, I kind of remember what you were saying about it.
When I wrote this, when I started writing this, I believe I was 15, 16. I don't know how long it lasted of actually writing this. It might have lasted a year or two, probably not longer than a year, I don't know. But the time of my life where I'm talking about with this romance stuff was, how old was I in... I don't know how old I was, I don't know. But either way, part of how the character is written is related to how I was at the time. So there's a lot of like kind of overlap, and I don't think I could rewrite this character because that's who this character is. This character is a product of his time, and that's why I'm never going to go back and finish this story, at least in the way that it's written here. I might adapt some of the concepts that are neat and use them in another story, but I don't think I can go back to this place. Not just because of the pain, but also because the story premise, it's too generic. It's got too many cliches and things that have been seen too many times before. If I wanted to write an actually interesting and unique story that like adds something new to the world, I would want it to be something different. And I have some ideas. I just need time and effort and a brain to actually realize them. Whether that'll happen in my lifetime, who knows? But maybe in heaven. We got eternity ahead of us, so yeah, I'll have some time eventually. Although, when everything's perfect in heaven, will we still have stories of grief and hardship? Probably, right? We enjoy problems and resolutions, so I have no idea.
Don't know.
I don't know what heaven looks like. Anyway, that's a question for God. I had the mentality of a potato at that age. Well, I don't mean to like brag on myself, but I think I was actually pretty mature for my age back in the day. Like when I was in 8th grade. How old are you in 8th grade?
Like 12, 13?
Yeah, that sounds right. And I had skipped a grade, so I was even a year younger than all my peers. And my peers, like other people in my grade, were all like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna say inappropriate jokes and do dumb things and da da da." And I was just like, "The frick is wrong with you people? Is this how normal people act? Like, I don't understand. I what?" Because I had been homeschooled up to that point, so I was just kind of always in a more like an environments where more was expected of me. So I didn't have that kind of normality, and it kind of we're going into like deep like therapy kind of talks at this point and about my life rather than actually anything about the story, but yeah, so it kind of like drove a wedge between me and my peers and made me like not want to be normal, because what I saw as normal people was like not something that I desired to be, I guess. So even though like it was weird to be left out, I was also like okay with it as well, and it just made me want to be more I don't know. I thought you wanted to keep that so you could tie it on.
What?
Did you not want to keep the stringy so that you could actually attach it to?
You mean like this?
Ah, yes, like that. Yeah. Oh, wow, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be pushy or personal. No, don't worry about it. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, and you're just trying to give like creative advice. So yeah, it's no problem. I don't mind. But I was just saying the reason that this story is the way it is because art is a reflection of life rather than just I had an idea that I wanted to do. I really wanted to make a super edgy character. No, it's just at the time I was going through stuff, and apparently fictional worlds is how I work through that kind of stuff because I didn't have any other outlet for it. Whereas, let's see, what was I working through with my the first story? Nothing. Just
Ego
being
issues.
an idiot. Yeah. Practically a perfect child in every way. Yeah, I guess I didn't really have much going on as a kid. I just, every day was a new adventure to do something cool and, live for myself or whatever. And then life sucked. I mean, it wasn't even that bad by most standards. I just got depressed because I was stupid, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just talking about that in therapy today, how I was like, yeah, I imagine like scenarios that are really horrible for characters and them going through very bad trauma, because I feel like that validates me because I don't have a reason to feel depressed. And so I feel like I need some sort of traumatic event, so I imagine characters going through traumatic events so that they have reasons to be depressed and anxious.
Yeah.
Even though I don't.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know why I got as depressed as I was, because like all these things that this character is feeling, that's how I felt, even though I didn't have any really bad things happen to me.
Yeah,
like
same.
I had a girl who, we had a thing kind of going, and then she was like, "No, I'm interested in someone else," and didn't tell me, so that I just found out, oh yeah, they're dating now. I'm like, oh, okay, well that would have been nice to know. I thought we were okay. And then so like I was sad, but I didn't care all that much because no big deal. But I guess apparently it affected me more than that. Oh, whatever. Long story short, I didn't have all that much happen to me. Nobody died in my life. I haven't even had, like, I guess I've had a couple pets die, but
Yeah, like when you dropped our guinea pig out of a tree.
we don't talk about that. We don't talk about Bruno. So yeah, I really don't have much excuse as to why I got so very, very depressed back in the day, and then why it lasted so long and I couldn't figure it out or get out of it. But
It just happens.
Yep. Yep.
There is no
Thank
reason.
the Lord for helping me out.
Yeah. Yeah, there was nothing that we could have done because I think we both collectively tried everything.
Pretty much, yep. Good and bad. Well,
Yep.
I mean, we didn't try everything. Drugs were not tried. Oh boy. When I was 14/15, I made the decision to avoid dating in high school, and that's honestly one of the best choices I've ever made. Saved me a lot of pain. But now I'm older and super naive. Also, just now developing my first real celebrity crush, and it's weirding me out.
Ooh, who's your celebrity crush?
Yeah, I also made a decision to not date until I had graduated. But that doesn't stop there being like the pre-dating phase where you're like talking to someone and you both kind of like each other, and then you're like, oh, maybe after we graduate we can date or something. But then we're going to go up to different colleges, so would it ever work out? Probably not. I guess you're going somewhere else, and I don't know. So what are we? What is this? I don't know. Is there a point to continuing this? Can we just not? I don't know. And uncertainty. So yeah.
And the only thing I ever had was being a doormat for someone who wanted to dump off the person that they used to like onto me because they liked someone else. So.
Being a doormat.
Yep.
You wiped off their feet on you.
Yeah.
Yikes. How did that even work out?
What do you mean, what part?
Like, if an unspecified person was liked by unspecified person, and then they were like, ah, yes, how did they, like, shove him off onto you instead? How did they make that happen to avoid him liking her? Like,
I don't really know how
does
like his
that work?
feelings switched. Because he liked her, and they had, like, agreed to date, and then she started liking that other guy. And so she wanted to dump him off onto me.
Oh, no.
But then I don't know, like, at what point his feelings switched, or if they ever did.
Maybe she told him, oh yeah, she likes you, and just was like, and he was like, oh, what?
I guess they probably did, because we never really told each other that we liked each other. It was all through her.
Yeah, that was a weird situation.
I distinctly remember
You have so much more interesting and dramatic stories regarding it, even though you don't have anything.
I really don't.
Happened.
I don't know. It was weird.
My stories are all basically just, minor crush, never mind, it's gone. Something happened, it's gone.
And mine was like, I got asked to the 8th grade dance through a middleman while I was playing Minecraft, and then I talked to him like
What?
twice at the actual dance because we went together, but we just like were with our friend groups, and I talked to him like 2 times during the entire night, and our only thing that we ever talked about was Lord of the Rings. And he did make my math grade tank though, because he sat behind me in math and I would talk to him and not pay attention. It's the only time I ever got like a 53 on a math
That's funny.
quiz.
D&D is probably good for you. Recently I've heard people talking about improv being used in therapy, and honestly that makes so much sense. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I enjoy D&D. It's also helped me work through a little bit of issues, but I mean, not really, because
I don't get to play D&D because everyone I ever try to play D&D with is all like, oh, I'm busy and I can't do it for the next 36
I'm
years.
busy.
And then I don't get to play D&D ever.
Sorry.
Well,
Minor
okay.
rant.
That was a noise that made.
Greg says, sounds like you got the bad genes for depression. Could be. I didn't even know it was genetic, though.
Yeah,
I
my
mean,
therapist was talking about that today.
yeah,
She was like, is there anyone else in your family that was like depressed other than your brother? And I was like, not that I know of. I know Heidi has like anxiety issues, but I don't know of anyone else who...
I don't know. I mean, maybe back in the day, it wasn't as stressful life-wise, because, like, lots of things have changed. And I don't mean to say, like, oh, yeah, life is harder now than it was back in the day, but it's really hard to grow up in an age where, teachers constantly have access to you and can say, oh, yeah, I forgot to assign this homework. It's due tonight. Good luck. And you're like, I was gonna have a life. And, all these different things have changed, and you gotta know how to research an infinite amount of information that's available at your fingertips, and the world and news and horror and identity crises and constant things being forced on you from all sides and pressures. And yeah, it's just crazy how many things you have to deal with that didn't even exist, or as much back in our parents' age. And frankly, sometimes they don't know how to deal with it, like as far as parenting their children, because it's a world they never grew up in.
True.
And I mean, obviously, life is still hard for everyone. Everyone always thinks that like their life is harder than. Is it always that people think that it's harder now than it was before, or that it's easier now? I don't know. People have different perspectives, but it's definitely true that like maybe just because it's more widespread and easier to collect the information now, but more depression in the younger generations than ever before, because people are getting like addicted to social media and like their dopamine levels are being thrown completely out of whack and tied to weird things.
Reminds me of a quote in some video with Kat where she was like,
Not all of us are privileged to have
dopamine.
dopamine. Yeah.
That was funny.
Thank the Lord that you're overcoming your depression as well.
It seems that way. I mean, I have
You saved
moments.
me.
Yeah.
I don't know how I got better, other than God.
Yeah, yours was crazy because you just like were better and you haven't really gone back.
I was
right?
like depressed for 5 years, very bad, and then suddenly, oh, I'm good now.
That's crazy. Mine's
Yeah.
way more gradual.
I mean, mine did take more of a like slow uptick, but after like a month or two of uptick, I suddenly was completely better and haven't really fallen back. I mean, bad days every now and then, but like never that bad anymore. And
Yeah.
honestly, part of it's like, oh man, I wish I remembered more of those 5 years, because like being in depression, it kind of messed with my memory. I don't have many memories of that time period of my life, or really any time period of my life, but that specifically, I don't have a lot of memories of that time period, and I kind of feel bad that I won't remember just how bad it was. I won't remember feeling that way, because it's harder to like relate to people who are going through that now and like know how to say things in response, because sometimes dad's like, oh well, if you're depressed, just get better, and like I don't want to be like that. I don't want to say something insensitive like, well, maybe you can try this, because like if you're in that like inner mental prison, it's really hopeless and hard to like see a way out. But now that I am out of it, it's unfortunate that I can't remember exactly the mental state I was in. I don't have a snapshot of it anymore because it was deleted from my brain.
Did you journal?
Not really.
Oh.
Maybe I did. Maybe here and there, but I didn't really start to journal until like
oh, right, I remember that.
2016 maybe, and that was kind of when I was on the tail end of it.
No, that is not when you were on the tail end of it. Was it?
Let's see. What years did I don't remember. I don't know.
Maybe that was. Wow.
From what I remember, I only started to journal like towards the ending year of it, and it was kind of starting to improve anyway at that point. I don't know, but I mean, even if I did journal, I wasn't gonna go like 7 pages deep in all the poetic, terrible ways of how bad everything was. Maybe I did here and there, but frankly, I feel like the worst of my, or the most record I have of it is like old Skype messages to friends being like, I have 7 papers to do tomorrow and I just can't deal with it and I don't know what to do and I'm gonna cry and stress, death, murder, sadness, depression. And they're just like, calm the frick down, EJ, it's going to be okay. And I'm like, no, it's not. And somehow it all worked out and I was okay. But, you know, I was
took
a dramatic
videos of
boy.
myself being depressed.
Mm.
So that's my thing that I have.
Gotcha. Is that what
And
you
I also
posted on
journal.
YouTube recently, or?
No, I haven't posted like the one that's like actually me at like the worst of it, where I just like talked into a camera for 45 minutes.
I forget y'all are young. There's so many more experiences to go. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, I'm about to hit my prime, and then it'll all be downhill from there. I hear your brain finishes fully developing at 25, and then you like it slowly dies after that. So I guess I'm going to slowly die from here on out, and then I'll never
My
be
brain
able to do
hasn't
all the
worked
things.
like ever,
that
so
That's a good point. Never be able to do the things that I could have. I've never reached my true potential. Oh well, who cares? I'll die.
you will be fine.
Yes. So yes, I'm about to hit 25.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I still feel like I'm 19.
Yeah.
I don't remember any of the years between 19 and now. It just feels like I kind of. Well, actually, I don't remember anything. I just feel like I'm still 19, and then I'm like, wait, my age is now 25. Heck, in the what? Weird.
Yeah, I also feel like 17, 19, somewhere in there.
Shumi says, I've had one experience, and that was enough. Just one? Just one experience in your life.
She was talking about dating.
Oh.
Just one experience.
I mean, okay. I have had one experience. Just one.
Wow.
Imagine growing up at the same small town school with the same 30 kids, and then at 16 decide to go to boarding school, but then be forced to finish senior year online. Ugh, yeah, Corona just causes lots of things to happen. That's part of why my aging stopped for like 2 years. It didn't feel like anything happened. It feels like those 2 years were only 2 weeks long. I don't know what happened in it. Don't remember anything from it. Nothing interesting happened. Everyone was just frozen for 2 years. Never left the house. Woo. One thing I've noticed recently is how attached adolescents can get to content creators and fandoms. Yeah. Like how like I know it's natural, I was obsessed too, but when influencers get messages like, I wouldn't be alive if you didn't upload, it scared me because it's a sign of addiction and attachment. I never really dealt with anxiety or depression in middle/high school. After I lost my mom, I went through a depression phase, so I understood a little bit, but it had a root because of grief, so it's not the same as clinical depression. I think you sent another message about your mom, and I don't remember if we read it. Did we read that one? Did I miss it? I'm gonna try to find it real quick.
Meanwhile, I just have a song from WandaVision playing in my brain for no reason.
What?
I don't know. It's like the one from like the 70s or 80s episode. Maybe that was the 90s, I don't know.
Yeah, since I lost my mom and we would watch a movie with a dead parent trope, but my dad would always be like, I'm sorry I didn't know, but my brother and I just saw it as a story thing and something to relate to. Gotcha. Cool, sorry we didn't read that message earlier. I scanned across it twice and we started talking about something else and I forgot to ever read it. My bad. So anyway, therapy session.
I don't know how we got there.
I don't know. Do we want to continue reading or no?
How much longer is it?
I just want to get to that other segment. Oh, there it is. Wait. What? No! No! There's 2 more segments. Oh no, I lost where we were.
Oh, no.
Well, that's a heckin' sadness time. Well, I guess we'll have to save it for next stream then.
Okay.
We'll just leave this around here-ish, I guess. And we can come back to this next week, and we'll get to see that other perspective I was talking about that I think will be funny.
Okay. Is it ecopathy?
Yes! No, yes! I wish it were. Ecopathy was great.
He was. Ecopathy.
I love how that originated, that character, just
the
from
noise that I made.
and I had to figure out how to spell that, and I was like, what? It's funny, because sometimes weird things like that unlock memories. Like, I didn't know I had that memory of you actually making that noise, but now I can see you sitting in your bed just kind of like being done with life, and when I asked what I should name the character, you were just like, and I was like, that works. I'm not gonna get anything better.
Well.
Yeah. Well, I'm not in any hurry to end the stream, so we can keep talking if you want, but I think I'm done reading for now. Save it for next week. Hope you guys enjoyed this part. It was fun.
Yeah.
We got through 30 pages. We've only got 100 more pages, so that's at least 4 more streams to go.
I mean, at least we have an idea, because we were kind of struggling.
Yeah,
before.
for a couple of weeks we just didn't stream anything.
Although I did restart my Animal Crossing Island, so I've been playing that.
Fair enough.
Because it's fun.
Yeah.
I got a cute little wolf villager. I like her.
Oh, fun. What is her name?
Her name is Audie.
Like the car?
There's a car?
I think there's a car called an Audi.
I don't know that.
Unless it's another kind of... I know it's a brand.
And then all the other villagers that came automatically, all of them are
Audi?
birds. So there's a penguin, there's like an eagle, and there's 2 chickens.
Well, I mean, how else are they going to get to the island other than flying? It's an island.
Yeah, but the
Expect
only one I
them to
actually
swim
invited
there?
was Audie, because I thought she was cute. And then the rest that came automatically. All of them are birds, and I'm like, I just have a very.
Avian.
I do, yeah.
You've got a fly zone boy.
Well, most of them are flightless, like the penguin and the chickens. But the eagle is the only one that.
Well, chickens can fly,
Can they?
just
I don't
not
remember.
when they've been plumped
Oh,
up by
right.
our
Maybe they have been
domestication and
Plumped
stuff.
up. Maybe we're gonna eat them.
Oh.
I bet Audie might eat them. She's
Cult 2.0. I'm so
One
sad
of
that
them
you
is so
reset your
weird.
island right after the cult
One
started.
of the eagle is like a larper. He like has his helmet on and like this little like knight shirt
He
with
meant
like a
Hawkeye.
cross on it.
Mhm.
And I gave him a different shirt because I hated the one he was wearing. It made him look like some sort of like medieval like. Yeah, I just didn't like it. So I gave him like a football shirt. He's a jock, so he put it on. So now he just has a helmet and a football shirt. I'm like, okay, dude.
I entirely forgot that Hawkeye existed until I just said that. Shumi
Like
says,
a
I can't
kid.
believe I was 20, let alone 30. Yeah,
Mm.
nothing interesting happened. Have you forgotten the Egg Vengers?
Avengers!
Well, I mean, but projects that we worked on, I don't have memories really of.
I have memories. Get ready for chicken.
I mean, usually for me, making videos, they just kind of exist as a video. It's a finished product, but I don't really remember much of the process of getting there. So it's just kind of, it's stored elsewhere and my brain has offloaded it. I don't remember anything from really making it anymore, other than how lame Spamos was. Why did I make that? I spent so much time on it. It was so useless. So complicated.
Amazing.
Yeah. My neck feels like I'm clogged with cholesterol. I'm going to die
Cholesterol?
of vein stoppage.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like weird tightness in my neck, and I don't know why.
There's an invisible Thanos squeezing your neck.
Probably. I mean, I don't think it's like sickness, like swollen tonsils or anything, because I don't think that's the right spot. And I don't. Is it like pulled muscles? I don't know, because it's both sides, same amount. I don't know. I'm probably going to die.
Mm.
I don't know why. If I Google it, Google will tell me I'm going to die.
Yeah.
So clearly I'm going to die.
I bet.
I don't even know how to Google it. It's weird. It's probably nothing though.
Yeah.
But if I die unexpectedly, then I warned you that I'm dead. Bye.
Trying to prevent a myrtle.
Trying to prevent a Myrtle.
Yep.
If Myrtle's still here,
That was a
We were
reference,
trying to
guys. I
prevent
didn't
you.
just say that accidentally.
yes, it's a video on her channel.
Yep.
That was
Very
posted like
funny
2 days ago.
bloopers. It makes me laugh.
It was bloopers, yes, very funny times. Might not make sense if you have not seen the Loki show, but
But it's still funny.
it is stunning funny.
I like.
Stunning funny.
I was stunned when you ate the paper and died on the spot.
Yes. It's funny that Kat is like there for the first third and then just disappears and is never seen again with no explanation. Sorry for all the long existential chats. I'll shut up now. No,
It's
it's
okay.
fine. I enjoy them actually. We don't get to talk about like deep stuff all that often.
Here's something deep.
Particularly me. What?
The best way to deal with your anger is to take it out on some boars.
Some boars. Okay.
Yes, give in to your anger. Stab the boars with all of your fury and hatred. Strike them down, and your journey towards the pork side will be complete.
The pork side. Funny.
Do I have craters in my nose now?
Yes.
I'm gonna have permanent nose craters
Oh
soon.
boy.
Those are called nostrils.
Mm.
Wee.
Wee
I'm gonna go ahead and start putting away this thing, but we can keep talking.
Okay.
Yeet. Unplug!
Unplug.
Oh, that didn't actually change anything. Haha, I'm stupid. Shabba ding dong, I like pie.
I second that.
I desire.
Nort.
Yes. You know.
I do know.
She knows the ways of me. Ba ba la bum 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 ba.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Good. Correct answer.
Nobody is helping me.
If you could have the abilities of one character, which one would you choose?
From Marvel?
Anywhere.
Anywhere. Oh, it's so broad.
It is.
I can't answer those questions because they're so broad.
Fine, just from Marvel then.
Okay. Not Captain America, that's boring. Not
Just
Iron
strong.
Man. It's just smart and smart.
Suit and smart.
Peter Parker's an option. Keeping him is an option. Loki's an option. Not Thor, I don't really care about Lightning that much.
I think I have broken this twist tie from overuse. Okay, it is gone. New
Natasha
twist.
doesn't really have powers. The Hulk would be terrifying. Wanda's cool, but also, like, I feel like that's a scary power to have because she's not really in control of it that often, and it does bad things. Beatrice is fast.
But think of all the superpowers that come with super speed. The bonus powers. Remember we talked about that one stream?
I might just choose Loki because whenever I'm asked like what my superpower would be, I say things like shapeshifting, and he can shapeshift.
Can he?
Well, yeah, kind of.
In the show, it's just illusions. Not
When
real.
he could appear to shapeshift. But how if it wasn't real, how did Thor pick up a snake and then get stabbed?
It was his leg.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that works. Meh, okay story, but not enough gnarble content. I can't believe you slighted the main character like that.
Don't worry, he comes back.
Oh boy!
And he's slightly nicer.
Yay.
Maybe he feels bad for... I don't know. Getting his foot chopped off. Man, I should have been more careful where I put my tootsies. Why did he even think it was a good idea to rig a mouse